For every video, I try to make it a set of videos. There's the nice, quiet, calm ones where I explain things and show you evidence and show you the quantity that I'm having to deal with. Um, those ones are the most important. Those are also the ones you don't want to watch. Um, you might notice that my chat is not enabled. My live chat is not enabled. Um, the reason for that is because most of the people who come to my channel are not good people. They're not people that want to know the truth. They're people who want somebody to bully. They want someone to heckle. They want someone to harass. I'm here because I have nowhere else to speak. I have nobody who's going to listen to understand. When I give people the instructions that need to be followed to turn in crimes that are committed against a disabled person, no person wants to do those things. They want to argue because they know better. They always know better than the victim. Every one of these people has made it impossible to go to them for help. These instructions are pretty simple. Now, the reason that I ask what you would do if I was your daughter and this was happening, what would you do if this was happening to your daughter? The reason is because you guys wouldn't make excuses and try to make a billion and one reasons why you can't. You wouldn't be sick all the time. If you had cancer and were on your deathbed and your daughter was being stalked and beaten and treated like a schizophrenic, instead of these people doing what they're supposed to do, when the police take you to the hospital and you think that you're at the hospital for a rape kit, and no, they refuse to take a rape kit. You've been lied to by the people that you're supposed to trust, the people that you're supposed to go to. Why are you being treated like this when you were the one raped? They take you to the hospital and tell the hospital that you're schizophrenic and delusional. And they want you to get a B-52. They think you need a B-52. Well, why are you freaking out? Well, because you were just raped and now you're getting treated like you're a schizophrenic. Kind of like the guy who helps a girl out, but she goes back to her boyfriend, and now he's getting treated like the bad guy. And you don't want to admit how often that happens. I know a lot of women that offered to help me, and then they wanted to tell me, oh yeah, Sean, I know that women do those horrible things. I've been that woman. One woman told me about how she destroyed her ex-husband's life, and then she wanted to tell me about how she couldn't fix it afterwards. So, of course, the first video today was the angry video. And I do have every right and reason to be angry, and there's a lot of information in there that's useful. Now I'm going to play this with Tony, and you guys can listen to it your own way through, and I'm going to continue doing all of the stuff that we're going back through. I've been saying over a week, but it's actually been 2 weeks. A lot of the stuff I was going to finish up last night, obviously I'm putting more on my plate than I can handle, but it's because, well, for example, the multiple violations of the protection order, when I went to the people that I was supposed to, the people who said, hey, next time that happens, come to me. But they also wanted to have the idea of let's put up some cameras, and they also wanted to have the idea of, let's go walking together, and a bunch of other ideas. And, all of those ideas they're good ideas. But when I come to you and tell you that someone posing as Andrew Wolnez's mother was harassing me this morning, or that there was another violation by Andrew Wolnez himself, you need to take that seriously and turn it in with me immediately. That means that you need to understand what roadblocks are there and how we need to turn it in, which takes very little time if you listen without interruption, but you have to be able to do that. You have to listen, be able to listen to understand. Also, everything that you're adding to it, all of your ideas, those are actually becoming more roadblocks. Those are roadblocks that are interrupting my ability to speak. I mean, I have PTSD from trauma. I'm also having to relive that trauma. And I'm also trying to get help from people who treat me horribly. I mean, I get treated like I'm schizophrenic by people who are schizophrenic. And then they want to compare their actual schizophrenic stuff to Natalie Bollinger being on A&E Murder on the 21st, season 1, episode 1. So I'm in so much pain. I'm still having to clean up the mess that was created by people who, even after claiming that they understood not to do something anymore, well, then they're going to come back because they don't want to hear the explanation of, I have to move all of this stuff. The more you bring me, the more stuff I have to move. You're making it so that instead of moving it once and it's done, we're moving it 30 times. It's kind of like the situation with, hey, how about you take your recording, download it to your computer so that you can take it from your computer to download on a USB drive, so that you can take that USB drive and maybe the next time I see you, in the earliest a couple of hours, the latest a couple of days, then I'll be able to take this USB drive in the house and I'll be able to listen to it by myself whenever I happen to get around to it. And when it's taking him days to get around to any of those steps, except he doesn't get around to them, he's still continuing with his special projects. And in every one of these situations, I finally give in to something that he's been trying to force on me, or something that he instantly thinks he needs to force on me, like the laundry thing. You know, as soon as I got my money, I could do my own laundry. That's when he finally came to get the laundry. And also the photocopies that he was going to make, and then he was going to review them with me. Then later on, when I had to try to bring up those photocopies that he hadn't made, he said, "Oh, I thought you wanted me to read them by myself." No, that's not what I said. You were trying to push the photocopy thing on me for 3 or 4 days at least in a row, you know, not including the several times that you'd brought it up in the past, and I'd had to say, "Hey, until we have the copy machine in front of us, can we focus on the task at hand?" Instead of a whole bunch of ideas, and then you want to go off on a whole bunch of stuff about how copying machines work. Oh my God, yes, I am absolutely overwhelmed. I have had to put on my shield, so to speak, to try to go through all of this evidence of the actual situations that are traumatizing, in order to show you these traumatizing situations, show you that it's not just a generality, show you the names and the dates. I can't continue to chase after people's delusions. And it's not just schizophrenic people. Most of you seemingly normal people will pretend to be schizophrenic when you don't want to do something. Then there's several of these people actually do have cancer. And it's unfortunate that I have to try to protect people's disabilities and their illnesses and the side effects of those illnesses, because, of course, They don't want their personal business out there, but then the side effects are a large portion of the reason that nothing's getting done. The you need to man up and do it yourself mentality when it's a disabled person is screwed up. When people tell me to send them evidence and I have to pay somebody to teach me how to send them the evidence, that's pretty screwy. When I told this guy that I would pay him money for this electronic stuff that he's wanting to talk about nonstop, like, if he really knows how to do that stuff, that's great. But first we need to take inventory. We haven't done that. We need to make a checklist. We haven't done that. When I try to give him the checklist, it's an impossibility. Now, because he's going to start talking about the worms in this video, and I am getting ready to start it, I'm going to give you a brief history. No, he's not the same guy that was in Hood River that was talking about having the creepy crawlies under his skin. He's also not the guy here who was schizophrenic as all hell and offering to help me, and he was angry with me because I could not see the beetles that were under his skin, that were crawling around. No, it's not the same guy. This beetle theory that he has, or whatever it is, this is his scientific study. It's some horrible thing, I guess, that everybody needs to know about with worms that are in our clothes that make them wrinkle. And I've lived long enough. I don't care about worms. If I found out I had a worm that was going to kill me tomorrow, I'd celebrate. Worms in my clothes that fold my clothes or wrinkle my clothes, no, that's not something I'm capable of caring about. And he's going to try to make the comparison in the beginning of this. Now, I do want to say that the first time that he ever spoke about this, I was telling him about Natalie Bollinger, and he was treating me like I was schizophrenic and delusional, not giving me a healthy amount of skepticism. No, just straight up treating me like I'm a schizophrenic. And, you know, I said, if people look at the evidence, then they'll understand. Instead, I have to try to explain it to people who claim they want to help, and then they would rather treat me like I'm a liar or a fucking idiot or, you know, like I'm schizophrenic rather than look at the evidence. And he got angry with me. Like, actually angry. I'd never heard him talk about his worm theory before. He got angry with me and was telling me that that was like me when he told me about the worms. Angrily. And he's making a comparison, which of course is making it about him, but he's going to try to play it off like he's making that comparison so that he can say that he understands. But the tone of his voice, the words that came out of his mouth alone were angry. The tone that he used was angry. And it was very accusational, and I'd never heard about these worms before. Now, after that, you know, many times he wants to bring up these worms. And about 3 minutes into this, he starts talking about the worms. I'm going to try to not make too much sound so that you guys can actually hear it. And of course, the neighbors, I'm not going to complain about the times that they've been loud because it's not overly loud. It's not something that they're trying to be jerks about. And this morning I was way too loud for that early in the morning. So when the neighbor made a comment about the next person to tell me to shut up, I was busy doing something and I continued with it. And I should go over there and apologize, but I don't want to be a jerk to them. I don't want to go walking on their property after they yelled at me, because this day and age, they might jump to some assumption or conclusion that is entirely the opposite of my intentions. So let's press play and I'll continue to clean up the mess. Sometimes your solutions just eat up time.
Make this your telephone call.
Having to do it over the telephone. Still not next to me looking at evidence. Sorry. This is from March 15th, by the way. Come on, phone, turn on. All right, there it goes. No, this is not that phone call. That's being played from this phone.
I figured I'd start an argument. Goddamn, I wish they would stop cruising by like that. I'm not sure if you heard those people driving by just now. Alright. Do what?
The guys are just barking at something.
Yeah, there's people that like to drive nicely all over town, and then when they get up to this block, they rev up their vehicles real loud.
I was kind of noticing that when I was out at night that things tend to get kind of weird. They just,
Yeah, well, when I was telling you about the stuff with the drug addicts across the street, you guys are already aware of that. You guys weren't aware of how much of that was actually, targeted towards me a lot of times, which, based on the situation and your understanding at that time, that makes perfect sense. Plus, with you being in the basement, Roy gets to hear a lot of stuff that you don't.
Yeah.
But, yeah, a lot of that, is people targeting me. Not all of it, I don't think that every person.
When I say that I can't remember the names and the dates, I can't remember every single name and every single date. There's just too much, but it's on the evidence. Sometimes I get somebody who wants to grill me over and over again. The police officers want to repeatedly yell at me. I've actually been yelled at over the phone by police officers who wanted to tell me they couldn't do anything unless they knew a time and a date. They wouldn't let me tell my story, wouldn't let me continue my story unless I told them the time and the date. So then I had to try to call them back when I dug through everything to find exactly the piece that they wanted. Or I had to travel all the way out to storage, have to find somebody to give me a ride out to storage so I could get the evidence out of storage, which takes about half a day to go digging through it to try to find exactly what they want. That means I got to have somebody who's going to spend half a day basically just waiting on me. And when there's a bunch of evidence that they want, and then I have it in front of me and I call them up and I try to tell my story with the evidence in front of me so I can tell them the time and the date. That's about the time I have to deal with a false arrest and everything being taken away and everything that I had gone and gathered to try to turn into a very specific investigator with a very specific name on a very specific date. And there's a bunch of them. When I'm generalizing, it's because it's repeat offenses. It's the same stuff over the same crap. Instead of treating me like it's not happening or being super skeptical, extremely skeptical with me about it, which makes me not trust going to you for help, because while you're doing that, you're treating me like I'm a liar while I have evidence in most cases in my pocket. Right now, those phones are out and about, and I'm using them to try to help me with this video. There's also a lot of them. I mean, in addition to this one that I'm using, there's also 1, 2, 3 right here. One of them is being used for an overhead light, so I'm not going to pull it down and show it to you. And there's several more in here. I mean, this has been going on for years, where I have to try to get someone to look at evidence, and either there's the impossibility due to distance and not having help, or there's the impossibility of they just don't feel like it. Sure, they're nice, but they're going to procrastinate. They've decided they know better than you. They've decided that they don't need to hear your side. They've decided that whatever it is that they've decided that they're set on, they're not going to move from. Also in this video, we're also going to talk about schizophrenia. See, where a lot of times with a schizophrenic person, or somebody who just doesn't care, perhaps somebody who hates you, for example, if there's holes in the story, instead of trying to find out what goes into those holes, they're going to make something up. They're going to invent that part of the story. And then they're going to insert that as if it must be the truth, and they set it in stone. Hopefully you guys are understanding that I'm not talking about literally setting an idea in stone, but many of you try to pretend that because I use, idioms, or we go through the whole gamut of, different names for different examples and comparisons, but the reality is, you get what I'm saying. I'm going to go ahead and press play on this, and you guys will get to listen to it. I'm sorry that I interrupted again to try to explain parts, because I do realize while I'm listening to this every time that there's no way I'm going to be able to explain all of it. And I also know that you guys don't want to hear the explanation. You want to see the evidence. If it takes too much talking to get to the evidence, you're just not going to look.
Person who yells is yelling at me. Obviously, I don't think that every vehicle that revs itself up is doing that at me. I know very specifically who my predators are. So when I was standing on the front porch, I saw them specifically. Now that I'm not on the front porch, I don't see them, but they do still know that I'm staying here.
And they still do the same things.
Great. Yeah. So that's something I was trying to explain. Like the targeting doesn't just affect me; it does affect others. But then those others don't make the connection, because a lot of times those others are, they've got their assumptions that they're stuck with, and they don't actually look at the evidence. They say, "Oh, I believe you. I don't need to see the evidence." And then, later on, when it turns out that these things are true, they're like, "Dude, this is fucked up."
I just believe you. I always just held that healthy amount of skepticism.
Yeah, that's why I try to get people to look at the evidence, because that skepticism usually lingers. Most people don't bother to try actually looking. Some people will non-committally say that they will, or
it's with that, the branching worms, because they are in everybody's clothes worldwide and global. And obviously, just got desensitized to them. It's because your brain just, when your brain doesn't know what
a sign of schizophrenia in a lot of occasions.
No. This is what our brains do.
So here's the difference between an autistic brain and a schizophrenic brain, or the brain of somebody who has made up their mind. They've decided that's the way it is. They've decided that hole that they don't understand is to be filled with something. Somebody who's schizophrenic might decide that it's because of magic. When I say magically, I'm being sarcastic, not because of schizophrenic people, but because many other people who are not schizophrenic basically pretend that that's what abuse against us is. If I say that I'm assaulted by somebody, that they punched me in the face, and I have a video of them punching me in the face, somehow they reinterpret that by their actions. They're interpreting that as I'm claiming that some wizard came down and zapped my magic poodle into the nether realm, or that I think some alien unicorn CIA brainwave ray is being bounced down off of multiple satellites into everybody's head. I didn't say any of that crazy stuff. What I said is that somebody punched me and I'm being treated like I'm schizophrenic. Could you help me to turn it in so that I don't get treated like a schizophrenic? For an autistic person, our brains don't fill that hole with some magical unicorn and decide that that's the end all be all. When schizophrenic people, and I've known many of them throughout my life, many of them for long term, once they've decided to put something in that hole, even after you, revving up the vehicle in the background, sorry, even after you show them the evidence and you get them to come back to reality a little bit, they're always going to revert. Always. Even if they take their meds every day and they're stable for 6 months and they understand that you're not actually an evil minion of Satan who's part of some witch cult out to poison their food, even after 6 months, of not having that problem, eventually they're going to revert still. They're going to have a bad day where they think that you're trying to poison their food. They're still going to have that day where they go back to thinking that you're the devil, or they are hiding it real well. That's also something that happens commonly. They know that what they're saying sounds completely crazy, much like I know that what I'm saying sounds completely crazy, but I'm not filling a hole with something that's set in stone. An autistic person is trying to fix an issue that they can fix. You just got to put things together, first of all, in the right order, and also you got to fill them in with the right information. When you're being lied to, when one of those things that you don't know, you're still trying to figure it out, and somebody lies to you, let's say, you're trying to figure out how to get help and you need an autism advocate, right? Kara Johnson Miles pretends to be an autism advocate. But then, of course, she wasn't advocating. What she was doing was getting in Natalie Bollinger groups and lying about what I was telling her and trying to work together with other people that were trying to destroy evidence on my Facebook, and they succeeded in many cases. They also knew that if they were able to find something and get enough people to complain about it, that it didn't matter if it was true or not at the time, that they would take it down. And since I had a phone, they do have the process where you can say, hey, I object to this and here's my reasons why, or they misrepresented it, please rewatch the video. But at the time, you could only do something about that over the actual computer. You couldn't contest it over the phone, so they automatically won. And when I needed to be able to communicate the most when I needed to be able to get help the most. That's when people were the shittiest to me, and that's when people made so much more decisions for me. I mean, you got to imagine Tony times 20 or more. I had so many people that just wanted to be abusive about forcing their help on me now. Yes, Sean, I heard you. You need to get your phone, and then you're going to go to Jamie's, and Jamie's agreed to take you, and that way you're at least somewhere safe until they find Natalie or find the person who killed Natalie. But then, instead of doing that, she wanted to jump the gun, buy the ticket, and force me to get on the bus. In addition to the fact that instead of discussing this with me, she discussed this with a bunch of strangers from these web sleuth groups. And it was all over these web sleuth groups that I was going to South Dakota. At that point, admitting anything in those groups, talking about South Dakota in those groups, how dare I chastise these people who were only trying to help? No, they weren't trying to help. They were not trying to help, because not once, when I told them over and over and over again, hey, stop. I've got 6 people texting me right now. All of them are telling me different things that I have to do to get their help. All of them are trying to bully me into taking the help that they want. I have no money to do these things, and they're wanting to push me to do these things that cost money, and they're treating me like crap because I'm not able to do what they are expecting me to do and trying to force me to do. None of them stopped to listen one-on-one, not a single one of them. They weren't listening to understand. They were deciding that the important stuff, the evidence, didn't matter. They were also deciding that my safety and the safety of the people who were trying to help me didn't matter by giving up where I was going. Yeah, Amanda Engeline giving out that information when Jamie Curtis was going to take me in right after Natalie was killed so that I had a safe place. Jamie knew that I would never fucking kill somebody. Especially not like that. But I didn't get to go to Jamie's. I had to call Jamie and explain, hey, Jamie, so Amanda Engeline gave it up in one of these groups that I was going to go to South Dakota. They decided they were going to buy me a bus ticket and try to force me to get onto a bus and treat me like shit when I didn't get on the bus. I wasn't even able to get to the bus, and they just wanted to keep on bullying me. Amanda gave it up that I was going to South Dakota. And it's all over fucking Facebook Natalie Bollinger groups. Amanda put Jamie and Zyler's lives at risk, put their safety at risk. The only people that needed to know where I was at were the people that I was with and the police. Instead, it was played off like I was trying to flee state after fucking murdering somebody. And that they had to stop me from fleeing state after committing murder. They had to keep me in state long enough to be able to collect all of the evidence to fucking put me away as a schizophrenic, delusional stalker, rapist, murderer, or whatever, and then they couldn't find any evidence of any of that. Yeah, imagine how fucked up that was for the cops. Like, holy shit, we just went through all of this stuff and none of it's true. He's not a rapist. He's not a murderer. He's got nothing on his record at all that says that he would ever harm a child. There's nothing in there like that. Meanwhile, the people who we're defending this whole time have a history, a long, extensive history of child abuse, like Ted Bollinger and Rose M. Kelly, aka Rose M. Self. Yeah, her last name is Self now. It suits her. She chose herself over her children. So let's play this stuff with Tony, because when I tell you how incredibly difficult it is when they're good intentions.
Dude, they fill in the blanks to make things make sense. We'll just think it's whatever, and write it off, and don't think anything of it because it's not really like that important. And so those little things that do add up.
Except that it is important. Because worms are not.
Connect dots all the way to the end, just like I have, and been able to figure this out. I don't think there's anybody out there that's like gotten as far as I have, as far as knowing like what these things are.
Well,
that is like figured it out as far as I have.
The stuff that I'm working on, that I pulled out to show. I've got a bag that's full of a bunch of different evidence from different places showing that they continued to pretend that I was schizophrenic and delusional long after they realized that I wasn't, and that the courts, knowing that I was trying to turn in the judge, and like pretty much everybody involved treated me like Natalie Bollinger was a delusion, while knowing that she wasn't a delusion, and using the situation with Natalie in another state as their excuse to deny me my rights in this state, and then telling me that I can't bring anything up from another state while they're bringing up stuff from other states as their excuses to deny me my rights and pretend I'm schizophrenic and delusional. So I've got my hospital paperwork here that shows that I have been going to the hospital.
I'm having to do this over the phone with him because he still doesn't understand.
Made it necessary. It's just one bag of paperwork though. But one of the things is making it easy to show it to somebody. A lot of people like to tell me to send stuff over the internet, and then it becomes a big thing where we've spent three days, overall worth of time trying to figure out how to do something where somebody is literally, a block away. If they come over and sit down for an hour, they can see it. One of the issues I got right now is I probably stink to high heaven, and being in close proximity probably sucks. My disability money, I have to budget it, and that's one of the things that they've been able to, like I said, when they tell me to go to a mental health place for help, and if I don't go, then they say I'm not trying to get help. So I have to go to those places when they tell me to, which means I have to expend time and energy to do that instead of doing the things that actually help me. Meanwhile, most of the things that actually help me, there's still the fact that even if I make the effort, if there's no friend or family member there to see it, then it didn't happen, basically.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. I hate people.
I can't hear you. You're really, really super quiet.
I'm sorry, my phone went off. That is some bullshit, but they waste your time like that, dude.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about police claiming that I'm not trying to turn in these crimes, and then they also claim that I made hundreds of 911 calls for no reason. Like, obviously, if somebody is physically assaulting me and I call 911, there's a reason I called 911. Obviously, I did make the effort. You're pretending that the effort wasn't there and that I was making calls for no reason. That the phone calls and the physical assaults are unrelated somehow. Obviously, that's not the case. They're going out of their way to ignore common sense at this point. And that's the thing about the mental health thing, is that when you try to turn in police officers and you are sent to those police officers, they abuse their position of power and send you to mental health and lie to mental health. And that's called... oh God, I'm trying to remember the name of it. when you have to try to turn in your predator, but your predator has a position of power and has you sent somewhere and then lies to those people, knowing that those people are going to blindly believe them because they have that position of power.
Abuse of position of
I have
trust.
no idea what that is, but it's abuse of power.
It is. Like when I tried to turn in officers in Colorado and Nebraska, the same as I did here, those officers arrested me or sent me to the hospital and told the hospital that I was schizophrenic and delusional and trying to hurt people, where there's no evidence of that. They also claimed that I was threatening to kill people, which there's no evidence of that either. The reason there's no evidence of it is because it never happened. But because they claimed it, these mental health places prevent me from being allowed access to the evidence. When they sent me to the hospital here, they used the people at TFCC that I was trying to turn in. I have the paperwork from them showing that they were aware that I was not schizophrenic or delusional, but continued to pretend that I was schizophrenic and delusional through all of my court stuff, including lying in
And
the courts.
recordings.
And the important part for all of this is to start at the beginning, because the stuff they're using as their excuse to deny me my rights is all stuff that happened and started in Colorado and Virginia with Natalie Bollinger. All of the abuse that I endure, people downplay how much abuse I actually have to take. A lot of times they say, well, I didn't see it, I don't hear it, I'm right there, I'm pretty close to you. And like, for example, the first time I tried to tell you about the folks who were yelling, you said that you didn't hear them and you're right in the same house. And, obviously my tent is a plastic tent. I hear shit here a lot better than somebody in the house is. When Andrew Wolnez walks by, he walks by on the sidewalk and yells, shout, not loudly, but angrily in this direction. Just loud enough that I can hear it. But it's not the same as when Sky Crawford is across the street screaming.
It also has the addresses of the people involved.
And I can't hear that either, dude. I can't hear anything down here. Seriously, I can't hear nothing. And I'm not saying that it's not happening. That's not all I'm trying to say.
Right.
Absolutely, it's happening. I don't hear it because when you got here, there's fans going.
Well, some of the stuff that you've gotten to hear in the mornings and some of the stuff that Roy has gotten to hear, you guys have gotten to hear more of it more recently and more of the strange stuff more recently.
I do notice it, though, when I'm out outside at night and stuff. Absolutely, it's not everybody.
Yeah, a lot of that's not related to me, thank goodness, but at the times that it is, it's important for me to turn it in right away. What the police have repeatedly told me is to go tell Roy, and I do tell Roy. Roy is fine with me recording, so I record when I speak to him too. It's, when I tell him like I'm supposed to, so that he can help me to turn it in, it becomes story time, and he starts telling me a story. So it's something where I just have to accept it.
It's that way with everybody. He does the same thing.
Yeah. So one of the things is people like to start off with hostility or taking a hostile tone with me, which I'm sure you know exactly what that is. That's something that they know that somebody has PTSD, and they know that they can use that tone to intimidate somebody and make them afraid to speak. Another thing they'll do is they'll ask a question in an angry tone over and over and over again. Even while you're trying to answer it, they're interrupting and saying it over and over and over again. They're trying to affect you in a way where your communication skills are lost, and then your words don't come together right, and then they can manipulate that in order to harm you. And the fact that I've had to make these calls by myself means that I've got them recorded, but now I have to find somebody to sit and listen to them. Whereas if somebody would have made the call with me to begin with, I wouldn't have gotten treated that way, or more than likely wouldn't have been treated that way. And the thing about all of these different places that I'm getting a hold of is that the abuse by these departments has put my life at risk. it has resulted in me being harmed in multiple jurisdictions. And one of the things I was going to try to do with you is to sit down with you and show you some of the videos of the assaults, not just the ones here, but also the fact that it's been nationwide. Also to show you the evidence of the places that I've been forced to live in, including this one, because of this. This obviously, you can easily guess that this isn't my optimal place where I'd like to live, This is a place where I feel completely like I'm a burden, despite the fact that you guys don't treat me like a burden.
Except now I do.
It's also a place where, to get in and out of the door, I have to move stuff with a fucked up back and not supposed to lift anything more than 10 pounds and not supposed to twist. My whole bed is a bunch of paperwork from all over the country showing that they used the situation of police officers in the Natalie Bollinger situation and the Bollingers pretending that I'm quote-unquote mentally ill to insinuate I was schizophrenic. One of the papers that I have to still dig out, it's from the Longmont Hospital. I was trying to turn in the abuse to Longmont, and it was a situation where I was literally forced to break the law. It's called coercion. The threats and harassment and intimidation towards my family made it become necessary, and I'll show you the people involved in that. I mean, I literally
At least 11 times I have set up my stuff, not the crap in here, but set up the things to show him the evidence so that I could sit down with him and show him the evidence and explain to him the situation. And this is one of those times. After you've set something up where you have to go through every time, you have to go through those traumatic experiences when you're going through your videos to get those videos of you being assaulted to show somebody, where you're getting all of these other videos of people threatening your life and the screenshots of people threatening your life, and they're making you do all of this stuff to try to make it literally anything except what's easy. You're making it impossible. I don't have enough time for all of this already. There is too much evidence already. I could say that 1,000 times, but if you never look, you never look. If you waste my time arguing about it and doing it in ways where I literally can't show you, I have to tell you and hope that you, first of all, retain it, and second of all, believe me. Whereas if you're 50 feet away from me and you're too lazy to walk 50 feet, you're willing to spend literally days messing around with a bunch of electronic gizmos that you still don't have working, just so that you don't have to sit down for an hour and look at evidence. You can handle it for an hour. All right, I had to sit next to some of the smelliest people on the planet because they needed help. One of them because he had gangrene, and the gangrene wasn't the smelliest part of him. Going into a hospital with somebody who's got a tooth infection that is so bad that pus is squeezing out of the outside of his face, yeah, he doesn't particularly smell that well either. Also, a lot of the smells is because of the fact that I've had to budget because I didn't have the money. Now that I have the money, can we please focus on what I don't need you for, right? Can we focus? If I have to explain to you again, or try to, because I know you're not going to let me, and I need your help, so I have to be subservient, and when you want to talk over me because you don't want to hear it, I just have to take that, and that is abusive. That is highly abusive. I'm trying to tell you that something that you're doing is harmful, and you just don't want to hear it. This is why your little girl cuts on herself. She comes to you about abuse, and you just don't want to hear it. Like when you have to turn in the sheriff and you have to call up his office to do so, and his secretary isn't going to let you turn him in. Instead, she's going to tell you what a swell guy he is. Meanwhile, that secretary's name is Leslie Snell. That sheriff's name is Sheriff Scott DaCosta. And Leslie Snell's husband and brother were both implicated in threats against my life because her husband and her brother come up to me and was trying to threaten me and intimidate me into leaving town, and was telling me that if I didn't leave town, people like Clint Snell were going to kill me. If I'd have known that was Clint Snell's brother at the time, that would have made it a lot easier. I didn't know who he was. It's not like he volunteered his name, and it's not like the guy that was with him, who I do know his name, was going to give it up. I found out Carl Snell's name because he later on realized how fucked up a mistake he had made, and he came and apologized to me. Helped me to change my tires a couple of times. But you understanding how talking until I'm blue in the face, this isn't what we need to be doing. All right, once I've convinced you to look at evidence, please look. Otherwise, don't waste my time. Don't pretend. Don't tell me you care. You don't. You absolutely don't. Conceptually, you do, I guess, but not realistically.
Have all of the people involved and all of the people who they were connected with. I've got all of that evidence, but one of the things is sitting down and recognizing there's too much for any person to go through. I literally have to go through, on my YouTube channel, there's over 8,000 videos. I probably have close to 30,000 audio recordings. Many of them are hours long. Some of these things I was able to find, luckily, and a lot of these things I was able to record, but the thing is that the false arrests by the police prevent me from paying bills, prevent me from keeping my phones, which prevents me from being able to have access to log back into those things. They know that I'm poor. They also know that if I get a bunch of money from somebody to get a lawyer and I get a lawyer, then they can pretend that I'm committing disability fraud because I have all this money coming in, or take away my disability money because I have all that money coming in. And I would have to come up with money in order to fight them in court for abusing their power again. I mean, this is a situation that I've seen many times and endured myself for many of these situations. And that's one of the things about generalizing to begin with, because it's not just one person or just one group of people. It's many people over a long period of time. It's called frequent and ongoing abuse. The fact that I still have to be afraid of my predators because the professionals that I had to go to wanted to treat it like it was a delusion, primarily because they wanted to make money. That's the thing with when police pawn you off onto mental health because they don't want to do their jobs. And mental health, instead of doing what it is that the police are telling you that mental health is supposed to do, mental health wants you to come back week after week after week, or once a month as they do here in Tillamook, to go to a therapy session. So you tell this therapist about people who are threatening to kill you and physically assaulting you, and, they're supposed to help you, these different, agencies they're sending you to, and I have recording after recording of agency after agency telling me that, we only advocate for housing.
That's not even all of it.
Or, that's not our job, you have to go to the police. Well, I did go to the police,
but I had to
and
move
then it
everything
becomes
out
an
of it
argument
so that
with
I can
those
move the
people where
box
they
up to
treat
the
me
bed
like
so
I'm
I
a
can get
liar
out.
about the police sending me to them for help. Meanwhile, I get disability money, so I am disabled, and they only use perceived disabilities. If you look up Title 42 USC, you'll get to look up all of that. But the fact is that I guess I should tell my story. That's probably a good
one
thing
more,
to do
get ready.
because you're not out here to actually look at the paper evidence. We can actually look at this in the morning if you're still up, and hopefully be able to call that lady around 10 o'clock in the morning if that's okay.
And he didn't follow through.
Yeah.
All right. I can barely hear you.
I have a question about lawyers. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say just asking a question. Do you think it's possible to find a pro bono lawyer? Like, if you found the right one, do you think they take the case without having the money be an issue at some game?
Yes, but it would require a friend or family member.
I have to explain that part over and over again.
The thing is that friend or family member has to literally focus on the abuse I'm going through,
which is not what
and
he's
turn in the
doing.
abuse that I'm going through, and
Which is not
also
what he's
state
doing.
very clearly that these are the truth.
Which he
Otherwise,
is not
I end up
doing.
getting blown off. But they do give
Which I am
advice
getting
from
from
time
him.
to time.
Which I
A lot
keep
of
getting
times
from
they'll
him.
only give you one free consultation, but the instructions that the lawyers gave me from the very start is
Which
record
he's not following.
everything. Even if you're talking to your mother, record it.
And which I get treated like I'm schizophrenic and delusional for trying, even though that's what I was told to do.
Question.
Yeah.
At what point did you guys start looking for that person?
I can barely hear you again.
At what point do you think I'll be ready to start looking for that person?
What person?
Like, so we're going through this process of talking to people and learning the information. I mean, I'm already, like, I'm pretty sure you guys, like, a slam down case. It's going to be a really long one, obviously.
This is literally a bunch of shit that I've heard hundreds and hundreds of times out of people who maybe took the time to watch one situation or read one or two letters, or at the beginning just argue with a bunch of people on Facebook Natalie Bollinger groups, which were primarily Sean Schwartz hate groups. So we're again devolving into a bunch of other stuff. I need to tell my story uninterrupted. This is, of course, I've got more paperwork on that. Now, out of all of this stuff that I keep pulling out, here's the bag of stuff that they made those from. There's also the bag that I pulled some more of the stuff out of that hasn't been printed. It's not as complicated a pile. It also shows that I told the truth about, like I said, I didn't know their names at the time or couldn't remember because there were so many of them. I remember, like I said, it's like the situation of somebody punching me. I remember the fist coming towards my face. I'm sorry that I didn't stop to check their ID before they assaulted me. You know, what do you want me to do? Instead of taking a description, you want to try to talk me out of making a report. Delicious. Corporal Boyd and Corporal Moody, of course, it's got the times and days on there. Yeah, this is no joke. They knew I was trying to turn them in for the crimes that they'd committed, so they had me committed to the hospital, and they used TFCC to lie about multiple situations, including claiming that I threatened to kill people. And they also wanted to have some of their deputies who, of course, since they were trying to play that crap, I kept on trying to turn them in. Don't fucking lie about me. If you're going to accuse me of threatening to kill you, you need to produce that evidence. So they made it so that I could only write this stuff in crayon, which really sucks. Oh, here's another one of my TFCC grievances. Of course, it doesn't matter if you fill out the grievances. They go out of their way to make excuses to even refuse to follow their own rules. course, the attorneys tell me that it's not their job. And then, of course, the lieutenant tells me that the state has provided you with an attorney, consult with your attorney. The attorneys don't want to hear it. The attorneys the attorneys treated me completely inhumanely when I went to them about this stuff. They wanted to say it has nothing to do with my case. No, all of this has to do with my case. I was trying to turn in multiple members of the sheriff's department, including the jail and the police department, because they did, in fact and indeed, coordinate together on multiple occasions to have me threatened, harassed, intimidated, assaulted, and or arrested for trying to turn in officers. And in those cases, they showed me that there's literally nothing that I can do to turn in Lynn Lothman by having Lynn Lothman be the officer who arrested me on that occasion. And then when it was primarily David Martinez, they came in and got to smile in my face while David Martinez got to be the one who arrested me. And then Timothy Sadler, the same thing. Timothy Sadler got to show me there's literally nothing that I can do. If I try to turn him in, he himself will come arrest me, and his co-workers will do so with him. And not only that, so will the state troopers, so will the sheriff's department. If I am recording, then their sergeant, who I've been told to turn it into repeatedly, will literally turn off my telephone, will literally turn off the recording so that I don't have evidence, so that I can't record the situation. And in those situations, the first two, I was arrested for improper use of 911. You got to see that those assaults very, very, very often do happen. And I'm going to YouTube because you guys will look at it. Nobody in person will look at it without pulling teeth and paying cash.
Yep. Well, the most important thing is to. I actually have one of the papers that I got from one of the attorneys here. I should probably read it because it'll make it easy. I also have the mental health stuff here. I should read this one to you real quick. I know that you're not here in person, but this is something that I'll be able to show you tomorrow. This is from Cirrus House. Advocacy, Employment, Housing, and Education in Scottsbluff, Nebraska. It says, this is from Marcia L. Estrada, LIMHP, and it's got her phone number and her email at.
Now, one thing I want to point out is that all of this stuff that I'm having to read to him over the telephone, this isn't in lieu of. I still have to show it to him in person. So we're doing the same work twice, except that it's not productive the first time because I can't show him the evidence. And the second time, it's not productive because he can't hear me and isn't looking at the evidence. The stuff that he did look at, I thought he was reading. He was getting up super close, and then I realized he was sleeping.
It says, to whom it may concern, because we weren't sure exactly who it needed to go to. All of these agencies say it's not their jobs. So she wrote, I have been seeing Sean Schwartz on a weekly basis for outpatient therapy since completing a pre-treatment assessment on October 18th, 2021. During this evaluation, Sean described symptoms he experienced on a regular basis. From the information he provided, I have diagnosed him with post-traumatic stress disorder,
This comes from years of trauma and inconsistencies in a person's life, often starting as a young child. I also believe Sean to be on the autism spectrum, which causes difficulties in adapting to social settings. The most common symptoms of this disorder are anxiety, hypervigilance, and a feeling of impending doom. It does not appear Sean experiences any hallucinations or other psychosis. He does not meet the diagnostic criteria for schizophrenia. Marcia L. Estrada, LIMHP, and her signature and shit like that. So I've also got the instructions here on from the attorney. Shit, that's not it. I have this whole bag of stuff that I was going to show you, and basically I was going to try to show you one paper at a time, but I made sure I set this on the top of one of the stacks in here. Okay, it says priorities for final jail prep with Sean Schwartz. This is the reason that I do this is to show that what I'm telling you and also what I'm telling the attorneys is also what I'm supposed to do. The instructions, it says, walk the timeline verbally. Ask him to tell you the story, beginning to end, without interruption. Make sure he covers prior threats, his physical condition, the events. So, like the first instruction, even for the attorneys, is something that none of them wanted to follow. They were too busy trying to bully me into allowing them to do whatever they wanted. And I've got evidence that the jail staff who assaulted me and coordinated these situations also coordinated with my public pretenders who were refusing to do their jobs in connection to the... Basically, everybody wanted to keep the Natalie Bollinger thing hush-hush until my final attorney, who was basically forced... Two of my attorneys, at least... The only reason that I was able to talk to those attorneys over the phone is because somebody put money on my books. If it had not been for that, the only time I would have ever seen them is in court. They repeatedly did not show up for their meetings, did not show up for their appointments, were no-call, no-shows. And of course, I'm in jail being physically assaulted and being put on administrative restrictions by the very administrators that I got to turn in and have been trying to turn in, like Lieutenant Silvera, who wants to tell me to go to my attorney, who my attorney treats me like shit for even attempting to bring it up. Meanwhile, you're in jail. You can't record this shit with your attorney, so they can lie to you and get away with it, and they know it. Except for in those phone calls, because I paid for that. I paid for that. Those are recorded calls. The jail was privy to my recorded calls, and several of the deputies, including Deputy Enoch, who took part in assaulting people on multiple occasions, myself included, bullying and harassing people who were mentally ill, as they want to put it. Forcing people who had actual mental issues and should have been in a state hospital getting help. Instead, he's making them live in unsanitary conditions, including creating a situation where somebody's cell is flooded out because he wanted to flush some nasty dookie water that ended up all over the floor. And then he made that man who was suffering from dementia stay in that cell for hours in that shit water while Deputy Enoch walked by and made fun of that man repeatedly. Told him he brought it on himself. That it's his fault that this happened. Like, dude, are you kidding me? This guy's obviously suffering from dementia. And obviously, Deputy Enoch, who was a Pee Wee football coach here in Tillamook. Yeah, I've had multiple drug addicts out here on the streets tell me that he was their Pee Wee football coach. So you guys are looking at this evidence while he's forcing a situation where he can literally look at it in person. I don't even have to spend the 20 minutes that it takes to, set this up so that I can start watching or start filming it. I don't have to go through the hours that it takes to try to make a video where I'm just showing the evidence itself and not giving any explanation, trying to make it so that those of you who ADOS out, that's attention deficit o squirrel or attention deficit o shiny, basically you got a 30-second attention span, and after that, like a rabbit, you're gone. So I have to also deal with understanding how people work, how they think, from long-term experience, not just trying to get myself help, but also in helping others. Hopefully it didn't turn off the Bluetooth device. Oh God, that didn't work. Sorry. To do something and actually bring up the Natalie Bollinger situation in court, because he looked at it and realized it is too big of a situation to pretend it didn't happen. He would literally have committed a crime that would have had him put in prison if he had not brought it up, which is how serious the Natalie thing is. And since you've seen that it was on A&E, obviously you know these things are true. The thing is, with all of these places, I can tell them that my life is in jeopardy until I'm blue in the face. What I need is somebody who's seen the threats to tell these people his life is in jeopardy. Because of this abuse, his life is always in jeopardy. He literally can't go anywhere without his life being in jeopardy. And that's one of the things that, without looking at the evidence, people don't take it seriously. With what you've seen already, that's... I also bring this up because in multiple situations, there have been many people who, as soon as they look at it, are very clear about the fact that, yeah, holy shit, dude. Like, yeah, this sounds fucking crazy, but holy shit, dude. Like, yeah, and if you say holy shit one more time, that'll be one more time that I've heard it. One of them ladies that care said holy shit like 5 times in a row, rapid succession, after watching the video. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I was not expecting that. Now, the reason that I'm saying that way, because the way that she said it was a lot faster and a lot louder, and the neighbors, like I said, I try not to give them issues. All right, so let's get back to playing this. I'm sorry I keep interrupting, but if you notice, I'm telling you about stuff that is important. It's not just crazy stuff or saying a bird in the bush is worth 2 in the hand.
The actual
love and
seriousness of how much there is. I can't hear you. Exactly. And if I say that I'm being targeted, then they twist that and claim, oh,
so
well, you think everybody's out to get you. And I can tell you that here in Tillamook, there's not a large population, okay? But out of the people who have harassed me over this before I was arrested, there was about 100 people involved in stalking me here in Tillamook, and about 25 people who assaulted me. 25 people is only about 1/2 of 1% of the population, and 100 people is only 2% of the population. So the stuff that TFCC wrote down, they wrote down that I believed that everyone was out to get me. You see,
look up the population of Tillamook, Oregon. 25 is what percentage of that population? See, this is all stuff that, taking my word for it, yeah, you think that's fine and dandy, but if I say these things, I'll be treated like I'm schizophrenic by people who could easily do the math. Between everybody in Tillamook assaulting me and 25 people in Tillamook assaulting me, mathematically, what percentage of Tillamook's population is 25 people? Mathematically, what percentage of Tillamook's population is 100 people? I was told I don't just have to call about the physical assaults, the threats against my life, and the vandalism. It didn't just have to be an assault, obviously, but also look at the inappropriate actions of the police and mental health. When it came to accommodations for my disabilities, it was not accommodation, it was exploitation and continues to be. These people with disabilities that want to help me, most of them aren't trying to exploit me. Their disabilities are preventing them from helping me. Do you get that? Someone who has schizophrenic episodes is going to have difficulties with that. Somebody whose ex-husband raped her repeatedly and fucking beat her over the head and choked her out, and now she has difficulties even speaking or walking. Yes, this is going to be a lot of fucking burden to put on somebody like that and to ask them to care about. Asking them to relive their own trauma, to look at mine. I know what I'm asking of those people. I also know that I'm asking them for a reason, and I am sorry for that burden. But there are lives at stake, not a life, but lives at stake. I've been trying to get heard since before Natalie Bollinger was killed. I've been trying to get heard since I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was promised that when I became an adult, I could turn all this in. Nobody fucking cares about adults. Are you kidding me? If you got money, they care temporarily till the money's gone. Many friendships are ended by financial means, financial arguments. I'll pay you back as soon as I fucking can. And I do. And it's unfortunate that I had to post up already on here my finances. I recorded that for my safety in the situation, not especially in this situation. I never thought that I would have to post that publicly, but yes, one of these people spent over $4,000 while I was in jail to try to make sure that I could actually contact my attorney, contact my friends and family. See, this is the things that without those things, I'm going to have a mental breakdown. You've cut me off from my social network and my support network, and you've replaced it with abuse and intolerance and hatred and people who are vengeful and angry that you would tell on them, and now they have you in a place where nobody cares if you tell on them. A place of forgetting and oubliette. Sorry for speaking French. See how that works? They literally broke the law to do that. Then, instead of investigating or changing the mistakes that were made, what they tell me is that those people don't work here anymore. Well, that doesn't change the fact that I'm being harmed over that slander. They lied in court repeatedly about me, and I'm being denied access to that paperwork in court. But it all comes down to having a friend or family member who looks at the evidence and knows it's the truth. And that becomes impossible because everybody wants to make it some big complicated thing full of their assumptions where they don't have to ask the questions once they've seen the evidence. They got to see it. And it's another thing with once they have visual memory of seeing it for themselves, it's a situation where I don't have to re-explain it 400 times to somebody who's not even willing to look at it, which is over a bit excessive. You know, when people say that they're going to help and then they turn it into an argument every time, it's difficult. At the very beginning, I was probably the most patient person that you would ever meet. But over time, it became a situation where people need to stop talking over me and pretending that they know what's best for me because I'm a retard. That's a bad assumption. And once people do get past that, it's a situation where it's already 6 months down the road and the statute of limitations on a lot of evidence is over. So I don't know how much evidence you need to see in order to literally tell these people that my life is at risk, but I've got enough evidence to show you if you haven't seen enough already. I'd try to show him a little bit at a time as he could pay attention.
You said to me, yeah, that you. I never.
This speaker is all the way up. I can barely hear him. I know he's talking, but can't hear what he's saying. I can't hear you. I don't know why we're having so many issues with the volume level, because I can hear you, and then it starts getting to the point where I can't hear anything that you're saying.
Sorry, maybe I'm just trying to fan off. That's causing the issue. I'm talking right into my phone.
I couldn't hear the fan, but there's a possibility his phone was filtering that out. All right, so the stuff that I have in this bag also includes the dismissal letters. They put me in prison for 7 months. Scott DeCosta went around Chapel, Nebraska, telling everybody I was schizophrenic, telling mental health people, telling hospitals, telling my friends, telling people all across Chapel, Nebraska that I was schizophrenic. And including then the people I was staying with.
assaulted me and arrested me. And
alcoholic,
told a bunch of other jurisdictions that he had me transferred to that I was schizophrenic. So he abused jurisdiction so that I couldn't turn him in. He falsely arrested me and assaulted me so I couldn't turn him in. And that's the thing that happens everywhere I go. Once they, I should show you the stuff with Waylon Lolotai. That's where telling the story is important, but I'm basically picking out the important parts for you, whereas that's going to make it complicated and not make sense. But because the lady that we need to speak to tomorrow, I wanted to make sure that I covered the guidelines of the instructions we're supposed to follow, and I can even give you a copy of
which I did
this stuff too. Okay, so this is the page 3 of 4 of what I got from the hospital. And this is actually almost the same as the instructions that I had in Colorado. Now, this is from the Tillamook Hospital on 11/19/2022.
When I finally found it,
so that lets you know how long ago this started. It's frequent and ongoing. Their intention in these false arrests is to allow them to destroy their evidence that was on their body cameras for the most part. And their intention on pretending that I'm schizophrenic and delusional is to prevent people from looking at the evidence that I posted on YouTube and on my Facebook. It also separates me from all of the evidence. One of the things is when, like, for example, when they try to pretend that you're trying to kill yourself instead of what you're actually trying to do, which is turning in people that are trying to push me to kill myself. So they try to put you on suicide watch so they can take away your phone, and you can't show them the evidence that's on the phone. And because you can't show them the evidence on the phone, they're going to believe the police's word over yours, and you don't have access to any friends or family members who give a shit. So you can't defend yourself. You're not going to be allowed to defend yourself. And the attorneys are going to believe all of that stuff. They're not going to bother to get to know you or look at evidence or try to get the evidence on your behalf. They're going to make every excuse why they're not.
Now, I do want to pause this video. Now that it's charged enough, I can take it off of the charger. I can show you that it is in fact and indeed time and date stamped as of March 15th at 1:43 a.m. I'm having to do this at 1:43 a.m. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Show it. I'm sorry. Give me just a second. I do apologize for this. I don't understand why it's just coming up as a white thing on the top. It's like there's a reflection of some sort. Come on, zoom in. Here, maybe if we do it like this. Fucking Christ, no wonder I can't get this shit to work. But you know what? Because I have multiple recording devices and you get to see how this is eating up time. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to literally take a picture of that with one of my other phones, which I just got charged and unfortunately just buried in papers so I could try to get out of here. So I'm sorry I can't show it right when we need to. I'm going to dig that out. We'll press play on this while I dig it out. I am really sorry about that. That wasn't my intent.
Not allowed, and that's absolutely not true. So, in all of these situations, the false arrests were specifically during situations where I was trying to turn in police officers who were assisting my predators, people who were physically assaulting me, people who were pretending that I was a pedophile, a rapist, and a murderer, claiming that I killed Natalie Bollinger. That happens everywhere I go. I've got recordings of it everywhere I go. They pretend it's delusion everywhere I go. And that starts with Officer Waylon Lowatai. The thing is that the abuse that I'm going through here, and because I was arrested for trying to turn in the cops here as well, and they continue to do the same thing. 3 times they've arrested me for trying to turn in the abuse. Twice they pretended that I was improperly calling 911. No, I was calling 911 because of abuse that police officers were intentionally neglecting. Like I said, police officers here in Tillamook knew that they were lying to people, and they were telling the homeless community that I killed a little girl in Colorado, or that I was wanted for murder in Colorado. And you got to hear Andrew Wolnez himself accuse me of killing Natalie Bollinger by name in that video today. These are the things that they continue to pretend are delusions. Also, I've got the names and the dates on these actual pieces of paper, so I can show them to you. I can show you that the people that I was sent to repeatedly, they were allowed access to me time and again in their official capacity, and they abused their official capacity over and over again, knowing I was telling the truth. They still abused their power to try to protect the police from their wrongdoing and to protect their coworkers from their wrongdoing. I'm literally being sent to my predators to turn them into themselves, and it's resulting in me being physically assaulted and me being painted as schizophrenic and delusional. It's resulting in me being prevented from showing evidence. It's also resulting in the police being allowed to destroy evidence. Like that stuff that they stole from me and took to the police station instead of leaving it as property and evidence, which should have been able to go to my lawyer. It's disappeared. Now, it's telling me that Roy might have it. Well, they didn't even write down on my paperwork what was in there. The fact is that Roy may have never seen those electronic devices and memory storage things because they may have never given it to him. Now, there's also a couple.
I don't remember exactly what part it was, but I was trying to reflect on the fact that, we set it up to do this. I was having to do it over the phone, which took forever for him to get set up. He couldn't look at it when he was right here with me because he wanted to talk about a bunch of stuff unrelated. The only way that he could do it was over the phone, which means that he didn't look at the evidence, which means I'm wasting my time with him. I'm explaining to him, hoping that he will understand. I need you to stop doing all of this stuff. When I try to explain it straight out, he's going to take it as hostility and get defensive immediately. And, he's going to start explaining himself again. I don't need you to explain yourself. I need you to understand the consequences for me. I don't need you to explain yourself again after not hearing the explanation. I don't need you to, after hearing my explanation of how it's making it more work for me. You're not going to listen to that. You tell me you understand, but then you're going to give me your explanation and or excuse every time instead of listening to it. And I'm still having to clean up the mess that was created, not because he was trying to be an evil person, but because he wasn't taking the time to understand. Even if I told him, you can hear me telling him over and over again, it goes in one ear and it goes out the other. He's already got it set in stone what needs fixed. And even after he said he's going to knock it off, like I said, with the laundry and the photocopy didn't get done. Between, spending the 10 hours that he was volunteering to help me to do what I need and going off on something else that he told me about later on in a different video. He wants to blame me that I never did this and I never did that after he had set it up and didn't follow through. It's always my fault somehow that he was a no-call, no-show for 2 days. That's my fault somehow. When he tells me that he went out with a friend and one of his friends wasted his time all day long and didn't even pay him, and that's his reason why he didn't keep his word that day, and then later on he wants to pretend like it's my fault again. And then he wants to tell me this story about how I should be proud of him because he wasn't taking vengeance on the guy who wasted his day and didn't pay him. It says error, more than one ingestion is using the primary URL. Send one stream to the primary ingestion URL and one stream to the backup URL. So I'm not even sure if this is still working. But the thing is that was over a week ago and we still haven't gotten to this. We still haven't gotten somebody to sit here and look at that. And yesterday when he said that he was willing to, I have to reflect on how horrible an experience it was on the 11 other occasions. Because in all of those 11 other occasions, even after saying he understood and saying he's going to help how I need, it's still those copies allowing him to do that after wasting so much time trying to con me into doing it and con me into letting him do it because he wanted to, and it never got done. That's something I actually needed. I can wash my clothes. I can make the copies. What I can't do is be that second person to verify this is true. 2 people have to verify it. The victim and somebody else is good enough. There's a reason that it addresses friends and family on these pieces of paper, whether it's for the abuse and neglect of a disabled person or the abuse and neglect of an elderly person. The thing is that it always addresses a friend or family member first. See, it says, how can it be prevented? Yeah, this is the preventative measures. They're not even attempting the preventative measures. And when they do, they take it out of context and go off on wild tangents, primarily because of alcoholism or various mental issues. A lot of people have stuff that, they have it in their head that if you don't agree with everything they say or believe everything they say, that you are literally out to get them. That's not the case. That if you are trying to show them that they did something wrong and it affects you, they don't even want to see what they did wrong. If things that they were saying were harmful, or if If they're going to treat me like crap because of something that they told me they were going to do, and then they tell me, I never said that, but you've wasted 6 months of your time, and you have the recording where they did say exactly that, and you send them the recording where they did say exactly that they would help you how you needed. And then do they take it to heart and try to adjust given new information? I wasted that time because you said you'd look at the evidence and help me turn it in. I paid people to teach me how to do this stuff electronically so I could send it to you electronically if you were long distance, which took a lot of time. Many of these people claim that they looked at it, and for months and months afterwards were promising they were going to help me to turn it in, and something always comes up, just like with this guy. The 11 different times something always comes up. It's kind of like when Seth comes over here and talks about, instead of helping me, he wants to talk about committing a bunch of crimes, tell me that he saw this stuff, but he's not going to verify it like he said he would. He just wants to borrow things and leave and go do more heroin. He just wants to get paid so he can go do heroin. I offer to pay him by the hour. I don't care what you spend it on. I need you to look at evidence and verify its existence. If you want to go get fucked up afterwards, that's not my business. And it sucks that literally at this point, I am enabling drug addicts to go have access to all the drugs they fucking want. No, they're not going to come back as long as they have the money for those drugs. Obviously, you can't get away from the access to it here. It's not just Seth. And of course, having to depend on schizophrenics, people who are delusional, people who are on drugs, that puts me at further risk. I am already a vulnerable adult at further risk. Those papers explain that too. When you're having to depend on people who are, let me read this. This is on page 3, I believe. No, page 4. No. Follow these instructions at home. This is another set of instructions in these papers. Keep trusted individuals involved in your life. I don't have any trusted individuals, and the people involved in my life, I have difficulties getting to give a shit. Number 2, stay connected with legal experts who can help guide you in times of uncertainty. I don't have money for a fucking legal expert. And because of the mentally ill tag, I have to have a friend or family member to even talk to an attorney and get heard. Because of my communication difficulties and the complication of it and the fact that people aren't going to take the time to listen to how complicated it is, they want you to tie it up all nice, neat in a bow and fucking deliver it packaged. So that doesn't work. It says keep all follow-up visits. This is important. Well, when I am dependent on others for rides to places, for rides to appointments, when I'm dependent on other people because the predators that I'm trying to turn in did everything they could to make sure I couldn't get my own vehicle back. I mean, there's videos of the destruction of my vehicle as well as multiple occasions where you can see people destroying it. It says try to see the person regularly. Frequent visits will help you determine if the person shows signs of abuse or neglect. Get to know the staff who are taking care of the person. Express any concerns you may have right away. All of these instructions say right away. All of them. Every one of them says right away, not when you happen to fucking feel like it. When you say that you're going to help somebody turn it in, it does need to mean right away. And I tried explaining this to Kayla Trujillo before Natalie Bollinger was killed, but she didn't understand because she was busy being drunk at that point and talking over me. treating me like I was a horrible person because she had spent 3 days listening to me. No, I had to sit in the corner all day because I had to wait until her kids went to bed. And then I had to sit in the corner while her and her husband played a game that they had two controllers for, and that was Diablo 3. That was all 3 nights when other people were awake. After the kids went to bed, they wanted to do some leisure activity with more than one person. It wasn't going to be looking at evidence or hearing my story. What it was going to be is we're going to play Magic the Gathering, Sean. Obviously, I don't hate these people, but I'm being harmed because they don't understand and aren't trying to understand. And when it's somebody who's a meth addict or an alcoholic, they're not going to be able to. They have a one-tracked mind that they can't pull themselves out of. They're incapable. That's part of their addiction. Then they want to compare their issues due to their drug addictions with your PTSD.
Try to find eventually, where I literally drew pictures of what the container looks like for Roy when I first went to jail, hoping that he would. I literally gave him instructions on what to do to help me. He didn't actually follow those instructions, and it's a situation where these are the instructions that would have helped me to not be stuck in jail for 15 months. These guys are repeatedly falsely arresting me and pretending that other people assaulting me is a delusion to prevent me from turning them in. I mean, this is literally the whole town of Tillamook, is their playground. They get to decide whatever they want is law. That's not the way that the Constitution works. They keep doing this jurisdiction thing, but both the police and the sheriff's department showed up, and the state troopers as well, on multiple occasions where I was intimidated by the police. The police were showing me that these other agencies are their friends and are going to cooperate with them and are not going to cooperate with me. So, the instructions that I'm given, you ready for me to read these? Okay, it says, how can elder abuse be prevented? I'm sorry it doesn't say disabled abuse. It says, if you are a family member or a friend, like I said, it addresses you guys first. It says, 1, try to see the person regularly. Frequent visits will help you determine if the person shows signs of abuse or neglect. Well, for the most part, people just ignore me. Number 2, get to know the staff who are taking care of the person. Well, nobody is actually taking care of me. My disabilities are being neglected, and I'm harmed every day as a result of it. The third one, it says, express any concerns you may have right away. Take notes of the conversations, which nobody wants to follow those instructions. Also, I was told that when I go to mandatory reporters to make sure that they have pen and paper in hand and are taking notes, because if they're not taking notes, they're not going to do their job. Let's see. Number 4, take pictures if there are any signs of abuse or poor health standards. Well, I don't have enough money to have decent health standards. I have to decide between showers and food. I don't just have to ration my money. I also have to ration my physical abilities. And I also have to ration my time and my mental abilities. And these are things that, unless you know me and understand my disabilities, it's easy to brush off and make suggestions over and over again that don't reflect my disabilities. Now, this is what these people I'm told to go to keep doing. A lot of people want to tell me that I need to have thicker skin. He's actually one of them. Told me I just need to have thicker skin.
You don't threaten my older brother. You don't threaten Zyler Cox. You don't threaten Natalie Bollinger. Those are very simple rules to follow. You don't fuck with my loved ones, we don't have a problem. If you don't fuck with my loved ones, it's between you and me. As long as you don't fuck with my loved ones, I'll stay completely the hell away from you. It's when you won't let me do that. You won't let me leave. I drive 1,700 miles to get away from you, and that's not good enough. I go from Chesapeake to Virginia to Boulder, Colorado, and that's not good enough. So I go from Boulder, Colorado to Chapel, Nebraska. That's not good enough. And on top of that, you got to threaten Jerry Sparks and her kids. You got to threaten Jamie Curtis and her son Zyler. You got to threaten Lana and Amanda Engeline. You got to go on my Facebook and all of the names that are on my Facebook. You want to get on and fucking threaten these people. But the one name that wasn't on there was Zyler Cox. The only one of these people who was involved in all of this cruelty that I had actually typed Zyler's name to instead of just typing the boy. That was Natalie Bollinger. So when Tim Beeson got a hold of me and he told me, hey, I've seen every message between you and Natalie. I've read every message. Well, there's my bitch. There's the motherfucking cocksucking cunt rag who threatened Zyler Lee Cox. It wasn't a stalking thing. It's a people are threatening to kill my friends and family thing. And on my YouTube, I get to show this stuff because my camera's right in front of me, which is an instruction that makes it easy for me. Anything else, you're making difficult. I can show it to the camera because the camera's here. When I'm out walking, I don't have to depend on you to go walking because I have my camera. Of course, if I record it, I'll get assaulted for recording it, but between waiting on you to make the time to keep your word to eventually do something, oftentimes 6 months down the road to never, I'll go down today and pay $500 for some copies. It's not a personal insult against you. I know that you're volunteering to do this stuff. I also know from personal experience that you're not going to. So let's move on, right? That's what you want to say. Let's move on. No, not if you're going to keep on volunteering to do things that are helpful and not doing them. And also you want to volunteer for things that are not helpful right now. Don't help with looking at evidence and turning it in. And that's what you're going to waste my time with. Have you tried this place? Have you tried that place? Have you tried USB drives? Have you tried a micro SD? Oh, you said micro SD instead of USB? You should have said thumb drive, so now I'm going to give you a whole speech about that. Yeah, that's stupid. That's arbitrary. When you're going to use words and look at how they were used incorrectly, how about we look at the word torture and then we look at law enforcement calling it pain compliance? How about we look at that? How about we use the fact that you tend with the HIPAA laws that you can't say what my disabilities are, which is autism, post-traumatic stress disorder, and Tourette syndrome primarily. Instead, you're only allowed to say mentally ill. But when you say mentally ill, you want to insinuate that I'm schizophrenic and or delusional. And I state very clearly that this is a gaslighting tactic. The term mentally ill is not used properly. It is used to harm victims, to shut victims up, to prevent victims from being heard, to make sure that victims are treated exactly how I am, with a very unhealthy amount of skepticism. No, it's not skepticism. It's paranoia. It's delusions. It's assumptions. It's bias. It's a whole bunch of stuff that does not line up with actual evidence. The things that Natalie claimed that were stalker behaviors, that when you look at that period of time that those things happened, you get to see that they absolutely weren't. We absolutely were friends. So you just pretend that it happened afterwards somewhere else. That's not legal. And then, of course, the only legal experts that you've got access to are mental health care workers that are supposed to do the job of friends or family. This is also something that attorneys told me, but I already knew. And they also wanted to tell me that I needed to record that too. At the beginning, I didn't know how and didn't have help with it. I couldn't both show evidence on the one recording device I had and still record the situation as the attorneys had said. I also couldn't just snap my fingers and magic up somebody who was willing to go with me or gave it enough to even find out why without making it 2 to 5 hours of a therapy session for them where they dump all their problems on me. This is their excuse for not helping me. They just, instead of saying that they don't want to help me, they want to overwhelm me by giving me the whole slew of any excuse they can possibly come up with as I don't want to do it, but I'm not going to say I don't want to do it. What I'm going to do instead is make you feel like shit. How dare you come to me for help? This is all the bullshit that I have to go through already, and you're going to listen to it for 2 hours instead of me helping you for an hour. Even after reading the instructions, he still didn't get it. If you listen to the recordings yesterday, which were the most recent situations, you realize that over the course of over a week, since March 15th, obviously, he still is doing the same special projects he was before and still is not spending or exerting any time towards helping me how I need or keeping his appointments or anything like that either. When we have an appointment for him to sit down and look at evidence, he's not ready yet. The computer thing isn't ready yet. Or he just doesn't answer the door, doesn't answer the phone, doesn't answer a text and says, you should have knocked on the door, or you should have texted, or you should have called. That's gaslighting like a motherfucker. You didn't keep your word and you're blaming me. Doing is giving me poor legal advice. They're not allowed to give legal advice. All right, so number 5, offer to accompany. This is a big one. Is he going to remember these? Offer to accompany the person to medical appointments, financial institutions, and other important meetings. So I don't have somebody to do that. I do need to go to the hospital about the physical repercussions of the physical assaults at the jail. So that would be a good time if somebody could go in with me. We could go into the hospital, the emergency room, because the whole making an appointment thing is when we're in the emergency room, I can also show you which people were involved. And that way, you know, the people who were involved at the hospital, somebody is aware of who they are. Many of these people don't remember their names, but I've got paper. They wouldn't allow me pencils. I had to write shit in crayon. But I wrote down what they were doing, what the times and days were. Like I said, I wrote down everything. because I didn't have a friend doing that. I didn't have a friend taking notes. I had to take the notes. But I also didn't have a friend that was willing to look at the notes or take it seriously enough to look at it in a timely and efficient manner. So I'll go over those again. It says try to see the person regularly, get to know the staff who are taking care of the person, express any concerns right away, take pictures if there are signs of abuse or poor health standards, and offer to accompany the person to medical appointments, financial institutions.
My handwritten notes from jail. This is what I got
didn't read the
photocopies
entire
of.
thing for all of them. I just read the first sentence on them. That's obviously it addresses friends or family first because we are what's called at risk or vulnerable. Vulnerable to exactly this type of abuse. And mandatory reporters who are supposed to protect us from this type of abuse. But these mandatory reporters want to ignore their jobs as mandatory reporters and pretend that it's only their job to advocate for housing and I need to talk to their peer support workers. Like they've literally made it impossible for me to turn in physical assaults or the harassment by these individuals. If we were to take some time to sit down, you and me side by side, I could show you a whole bunch. And I could show you the connecting evidence, and reading it to you is okay because at least you know that it exists. But being able to see it for yourself, I've physically got this piece of paper in my hand. Then it goes to the instructions for me. Now on here it says if you're an older person. So again, I know that it doesn't say disabled. It says remain active, avoid isolation. Work on a strong support network or a strong support network of family or friends. Number 2, be active in taking care of your health problems. Do what you can to remain healthy. Now, obviously, these are things that with my financial situation, it's impossible. Either I have to starve myself or I have to fucking stink. It's stupid. Meanwhile, I have to take care of my mental health and my living conditions as well. So I'm doing what I'm supposed to. It also says avoid signing documents or transferring money or property to anyone without first getting legal advice. Well, I can't get legal advice. I've been trying. The legal advice that I've been given is basically the same, but I am threatened, harassed, intimidated, and coerced and falsely arrested, retaliated against. Whatever they have to do to get me to sign a piece of paper, they will do. And because I'm alone, they get away with it. And then when I try to get help turning this stuff in, it's always an argument with somebody who wasn't there, arguing about their assumption of what they think should have happened or what they believe, may have been somebody else's intention. It's kind of like when I have to try to turn in a police officer to their own department, and instead of them taking it seriously, I'm told by the person on the phone, oh, he wouldn't do that. How would you feel if you were raped by somebody and then you had to turn in your rapist, and when you turned in your rapist to the police, the person that you got on the phone says, oh, he wouldn't do that. Well, obviously, they've already decided. They've already made up their mind. They're not going to look at any evidence. They have already decided. And you have to try to bullhead your way through that. They're being bullheaded because they broke the law. In Chapel, Nebraska, some of the people who were threatening my life ended up getting jobs working for the Dual County Sheriff. I mean, this is all really scary stuff.
But instead, I got to tell him over the phone.
Because
he makes that impossible.
Sorry that I went off topic again. If you are an older person, remain active. Third one, avoid signing documents, transferring money or property to anyone without first getting legal advice. I've been forced to sign over quite a bit. Forced, coerced, threatened, harassed, physically assaulted, physically and psychologically tortured, although they want to call it pain compliance. You can look that up too.
I have the evidence
if they change the words, it's somehow legal.
Right here.
You can't say that a police officer or that deputies in the jails physically tortured you, because then you're schizophrenic and delusional. Assumed to be. They don't even bother to find out. It says, ask for professional help right away if you need help managing your healthcare, daily living, or finances. And I have done that repeatedly, but nobody cares. They tell me it's not their job, it's not their fault, it's not their responsibility. They say, don't you have a friend or family member to do that? My friends and family members say, well, isn't that the government's job? Like, instead of following the instructions, both sides of this make excuses. It says, assert your right to be treated with respect and dignity. That has resulted in me being physically assaulted over and over again, and me being blamed for being physically assaulted. I'm told that I should have walked away when I'm incapable of outpacing these people. And many of these occasions, I was on my knees. Like when the situation happened where that guy came at me with a pipe the second time, I was on my knees the entire time. I didn't stand up. It would have taken me more time to gather up my stuff and start walking away than it would have taken him to get to me. So that was also an officer that I had tried to turn in, Officer Timothy Sadler. He was involved in at least 7 of the situations where I was physically assaulted and or my property was vandalized. He has done everything that he can to let me know that he's not interested in doing his job. He doesn't care who hurts me. How dare I speak up about what he and his coworkers have done? It also says 5. 5 was assert your right to be treated with respect and dignity. Standing up for myself doesn't work. Not alone. And nobody tries to understand that. They're too busy making excuses not to. Let's see. This next one, because I'm reading from a photocopy and it's wrinkled, it says something about a family member or a friend you trust to represent you as power of attorney in case you something allow anyone or do not. Yeah, this part's at a wrinkle in the photocopy, so I'm sorry about that. I can't actually read what it says, but it's about power of attorney, so that if they try to falsely arrest you and take your evidence and do all the stuff that they did to me, then you have a friend or family member with power of attorney who can get that stuff, get your things, and not have to worry about all that stuff, not have to jump through a bunch of hoops that become long-winded excuses that take long periods of time, and they say, oh, you just have to be patient. No, I need that evidence because it's evidence that I'm being railroaded in court. And if they're able to railroad me in court because they're able to arrest me immediately for trying to turn them in, but I'm not allowed to turn them in over the fact that they did that for what, 6-8 years? Are you fucking kidding me? Until the statute of limitations is over? Like, they're going out of their way to pretend like they think I'm fucking retarded and I'm gonna fall for this shit. I'm not. But it also says on the very last one, outline your wishes with advance directives or a living will for medical decisions. I want my life to be over, which means that if I die, I do not want to be resuscitated. I do not want to be brought back. I've been brought back twice already, and they should have left me fucking dead. Does that make sense? I want a DNR. Yes, I've been trying to get a DNR for about 10 years. Do what? Well, the hospitals are going to require that written.
I can barely hear what he was saying.
Otherwise, they will bring me back.
So I basically had to assume and tell
I'd like to get one of those medical bracelets that says "Do not resuscitate." The thing is, I was literally bullied into killing myself after Natalie was killed, and I tried to kill myself with caffeine pills and sleeping pills. Unfortunately, it's a whole messed up situation I'd have to explain as well. But I suppose I should, like it was saying on the attorney's instructions that they didn't follow,
It says, ask him to tell you the story beginning to end without interruption. So, should I start doing that now? I can't hear you. All right. So, I grew up in the system.
I didn't actually hear what he said. I just had to assume what he was saying. I had to hope that he was giving me the okay to tell my story. Also, it's a very complicated story with a lot of people involved, and without him here to look at the evidence, we have so many issues. Like the rest of it comes, you get to see how it devolves quickly. Much of it because he needs to see it. I spent all of the time to get it ready so that somebody could see it right here, right next to me. It's already set up. All you got to do is sit down and I'll press play. But still, to this day, he's not looked at the evidence. He's gotten to see enough to know that my life is in danger. He knows the A&E thing is real, at least.
Because my parents were drug addicts, so I know a lot about the system. When I became an adult, there was supposed to be assistance to help me because I was in the system. When I became an adult, they dropped me off with absolutely nothing. And I was in the middle of Nebraska. I didn't get a driver's license till I was 23, and I was stuck homeless. It sucked. Sorry, I just lit a cigarette. So I was homeless in Boulder, and when I was homeless in Boulder, I'd had a lot of jobs. I did work for a living. I made sure that I was working no matter where I was at. But in Boulder, Colorado, I didn't have to deal with the racism that I dealt with in Chapel, Nebraska. Going from Washington State, where, it's multicultural, to Chapel, Nebraska, where everybody's white and it's KKK town, kind of fucking sucked. So when I was homeless in Boulder, I started helping out homeless. I was a volunteer at Boho and a homeless liaison for the homeless. I escorted people to the places where they could sleep. I passed out blankets for 7 years. I also, for a long time, was known as Starbucks Sean because I basically hid out in Starbucks because homeless people always wanted my attention and always wanted my help. Whenever kids came around, I tried to run them off because I don't want to be treated like a fucking potential pedophile because little kids want to come hang out with me. And that should be a good rule for every homeless person to follow. Natalie and her sister were a couple of kids that were down there selling drugs for their dad. The messages that hopefully you'll sit down and look at with me between me and Natalie, it shows that Natalie thought she was in love with me. I didn't know that at the time. These are the messages between her and I after we became friends. She was 18 when we became friends. We never had sex. The things that, she had to say about her and I dating, she said that we didn't date. She stated that we didn't have sex. It wasn't like that. But what ended up happening, when she was 13, I knew who she was, but I ran her off. I didn't even know her name or her sister's name. When she was around 18, she came back with a couple of much older gentlemen and her sister, and I don't remember which one it was, but one of them ran up to give me a hug, and they both insisted on giving me their Facebook information and that I send them a Facebook message. So I sent them a Facebook message, one each, and then I completely forgot they existed. So then when I hurt my back, it was a situation where the police were just fucking horrible. I couldn't get away from them, and I couldn't carry my backpack. All of my friends threw me away as soon.
That's right. If you look at the messages between me and Natalie and me and Alicia, you'll notice that there is one message to each of them. One. Before they were 18. I did not know how old they were. I did know that it had been years since I seen them. What I did know is that the guys they were with were much older. I just assumed that they were adults, although they didn't look any different. They looked the same way they did literally years earlier. They also thanked me for running them off when they were kids. You can read that in our messages together, but no, they're not going to post that up in your favorite Sean Schwartz hate group or fake crime show. This one, like I said, I had to write in crayon in the hospital. It says Mary from TFCC, abuse from TFCC. Mary refused to look at evidence. She wanted to paint it as if I'm a schizophrenic, making it all up, tried to make believe I brought it on myself, wanted to infer that, well, insinuate is the right word actually, that I'm only dealing with it because I spoke up about being abused. She also boldly claimed I think the whole world is out to get me. She did this all my first day at the hospital. She is nicer at the hospital than she was at the jail. At the jail, she yelled at me, "Are you going to accept treatment?" I replied, "For what? Treatment for what?" She never answered. Can he see this over the telephone? No. Mary was very mean. Tanya spoke about Deputy Reeves today, unsolicited. She talked about him assaulting and, well, I was writing it. There was a lot being written, and there's also the fact that I got nerve damage. So when you see how much I've written, you don't see how much pain it took to do that. This one is from 5/11/2024. So it says, Carla, RN, hostile demeanor. She pulled Mary Edith away so we can't speak, tried to pretend I'm scary, and got short with me. I complied with Carla's demands, not sure where her hostility is from. I asked about the rumors. Carla is trying to incite paranoia in the staff. She has Doug, one of the security officers, come talk at me to intimidate me and to say, no, that's not happening about my walk. He asked if I just got out of jail. You see, that's one of the things they wanted to use to harm me as well. They had to drop the charges. They're using this mentally ill crap to try to cover up their crimes. And their own doctor is the one who said, all right, I'm going to call up John Holland and let him know that he needs to let you go. This is bullshit. Now it says, whatever insinuations from Carla, she has implied I'm out to hurt people. Carla and Doug had a short convo about me, knowing my rights. Yeah, they didn't like the fact that I knew my rights. But they also were both very well aware of the fact that I couldn't record it, so there was no proof. It says, Carla and Doug had a short convo about me knowing my rights and something about my papers. Carla and Doug are talking about we never follow her instructions. Not sure whose. I heard Carla talking about me touching someone. I have never touched anyone, so it's something up. Who was I touching? The police lied to the fucking hospital. John Holland lied to the hospital and the hospital workers. Mary lied to the hospital workers. And showing this stuff that, I'm told to write it down, and I say I did write it down. And I tried to turn it in, and I was told, well, that's not the way that we do it this way. You tell me what happened, and I'll decide if it's illegal, and then they just talk over me. Oftentimes in a very either threatening and demeaning voice or a very condescending voice. Their tone matters. Civil commitment. Past commitment, monitor, exceptional needs care coordinator, Disability Rights Oregon, 503-243-2081. Have you called Disability Rights? Yes. It says 511 Southwest 10th Avenue, Suite 200, Portland, Oregon, 97205. Office, see, it's in another jurisdiction. In that other jurisdiction, they send me back to Tillamook to the very people that I'm trying to turn in. Yeah, that's fucking useful. That's effective. That's like being told that you need to go to the police to turn in a rapist in your household, and then you go to the police and they tell you that you have to turn in the rape to the rapist in your household. Yeah, fucking effective. Office of Training and Investigations and Safety, 855-503-7233. Oregon Bar Referral Service, Malpractice Medical, 800-452-7636. Police Abuse of Authority. I mean, these things absolutely exist. There was no reason for that hostility. You guys get to see, like, for example, there's a video called The Situation with Bryn. And also there's the youngins in their little KKK meeting. I don't address them. I address my camera in the situation, hoping someone that watches it will actually care. With Chris Stafford, you get to see that I don't start yelling at him until he is up in my face and fucking swinging. If there's actual hostility, it is entirely defensive. So we're 2 hours and 17 minutes into mostly me talking and me showing you the evidence that does in fact and indeed exist. You can see it exists, but getting somebody to actually take the time to
my back
sit down with a pen and a piece of paper and write it down.
By the way. And when Natalie and I became friends was in 2016, after she became an adult. She was going to try to help me to stop the abuse, and she was going to try to basically be an actual friend. She was going to help me to try to get a job that I didn't have to have a safe place to put my backpack, and a job where I didn't have to do heavy physical manual labor because I was incapable. She was trying to get me a job with some beekeepers. She let me know about the people in her life who were abusing her. She also told me that she thought she was in love with me. She also was asking me if I remember how infatuated she was with me. I didn't know she was infatuated with me. Like, that didn't occur to me whatsoever. What occurred to me is little kids are here and they need to go away. And her and her sister both thanked me, and I've got the evidence of that too. They thanked me for running them off. But he's not looking at it
still to this
day.
They
both admitted that they shouldn't have been down there. They also admitted that the reason they were down there is because they were selling heroin for their dad. So Natalie and I became friends. And she gave me some rides, like a ride out to storage, so that I could take my backpack off, so that I could actually walk more than a block without having to stop for an hour to try to recover, or longer. By that point, I had had all of my teeth already taken out. I wasn't a good-looking fella. I wasn't trying to be pretty for anybody. And as you might have noticed, I go out of my way to be unattractive. Not that it takes much work, but I'm not interested in attracting anybody. I never have been. So after I hurt my back and the police wouldn't leave me alone, that's when Natalie became my friend. She came into Starbucks when I was going to kill myself over the abuse. I mean, it was really, really bad. And so Natalie Bollinger told me that she was going to help me. She also told me that she had been in the foster care system and told me a bit about the abuse from her dad, and also told me that she was going to kill herself 100 times, but thinking of me is the reason that she didn't. And that's when
He's hearing, right? He's apparently listening. What he's not doing is looking at the evidence, and as a result, nearly everything I say he's going to forget.
started, messaging each other and all that kind of stuff. And it was a situation where I never told her I thought I was in love with her. I didn't go telling her how pretty she was. I wasn't trying to give any signs or signals that I was interested in her vagina whatsoever. She also knew I was autistic, and she also claimed that she had a brother who was autistic, and that she knew I was autistic already because I'm a lot like her brother. Later on, when she was playing victim, she said the opposite. I couldn't be autistic because I'm not like her brother. Anyway, so Natalie was having a hard time with a boyfriend who was beating on her and threatening her, and then, he bought her a puppy so she'd go back. So she went back to him. His name's Tim Beeson, by the way. And then she left him again, and she went back for her dog, and he held her down and yelled at her and told her she could have her dog back when she took him back. So he wouldn't let her have her dog, so he wasn't dating her. This is one of my predators, by the way. He chose to target me after the situation. What happened is she had to flee Colorado to get away from him and her dad. And I can show you the evidence from them as well. She let me know in an email about the abuse.
I do want to point that out right there. I can show you the evidence, but he's made no attempt to actually look at the evidence. He's making it way more difficult than it needs to be to actually look at evidence. So I'm telling him this stuff and hoping that he's going to look at the evidence and turn it in with me, hoping that he's going to understand. And several times he claims to understand, but shows immediately afterwards that he doesn't by, again, not looking at evidence. When I, was letting him know that we've got an appointment because you said that it was okay. So I set up an appointment, and I had to set it up without you because you didn't make it to the appointment to set up the appointment. So I had to make it alone. I am only doing this because I finally have somebody to do it with me, not for me without me, or not telling me to do it by myself, but somebody to actually do it with me. And that person is, again, a no-call, no-show. And then several days later, they're going to blame me that they were a no-call, no-show. Claim that I should have called them to find out, but I show them that I did call. And then, of course, it's the excuses. Or they say I should have texted them. I showed them that I texted them 2 days ago with the excuses, of course. That's what I get for trying to show that. If you tell me that I should have done something that I did, no, you were the issue. You were the problem. You don't get to blame me when you are the problem, when you don't show up, when you don't keep your word. You're making it about you. If your daughter was raped, would you be that selfish? If your daughter was raped and you were a meth addict, would you be able to stop doing meth long enough to help your daughter to turn it in? Would you be able to even do that? Would you be functional enough to do that? Or would your daughter instead end up having to cut on herself to try to get attention to the situation, resulting in her going to a mental institution resulting in her being called mentally ill, resulting in her being the easiest person in your family to rape and murder because they're predators. All they got to say is she's mentally ill. Look at her. She self harms. We didn't do anything wrong. She's just mental. And these people who actually are mental, people who are actually schizophrenic, who will tell me that it's not okay to treat schizophrenic people that way. When I say it's not okay to treat people like they're schizophrenic, that includes schizophrenic people. If a schizophrenic person is being abused, they should have the right to turn in their abuser. It's understandable if they're telling you a purple unicorn did it. Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to investigate a purple unicorn. That's understandable. But when somebody who is schizophrenic always or nearly always wants to jump to the conclusion that what I just said is some sort of an insult towards them, and they want to, basically chastise me for talking down about schizophrenics, but I'm talking about the reality of the situation, not talking down to schizophrenics. I'm not saying it's okay to do those things to schizophrenics. I'm saying that it's wrong. How is it that you are interpreting me saying it is wrong to treat people like schizophrenics? Are you trying to insinuate that schizophrenics aren't people as a schizophrenic? Because I'm not trying to imply or insinuate that schizophrenics are not people. That's not what I'm saying in the least bit. If I do state that, I'm stating it because of the way that they're treated, not because it's my personal opinion. I believe they're people. I state that very clearly. When I'm talking about examples of how schizophrenics are treated, that's different. I may say those things that are horrible, but it's obviously being taken out of context if you're going to pretend that that's my opinion. And then, of course, that very same schizophrenic person is going to compare a schizophrenic situation with beetles or a schizophrenic situation with worms with your physical assaults, with your videos of physical assaults, with that schizophrenic in their history of talking down to you like you're schizophrenic. A healthy amount of skepticism, but it's not a healthy amount of skepticism. It's fucking shitty. When he was, that day that he was telling me about his worms, the first day I'd ever heard about them, he was angry about an event that had literally never happened. And he stopped and he did think about it a little bit, sort of, and, reflect on maybe it was somebody else. This was after outright hostility because, when I was explaining, hey, I need somebody who's going to take it seriously. And, if they look at the evidence, then they'll believe me. And he wanted to get angry with me because something he'd literally never talked to me about. He had a situation in his head where somehow I had treated him badly over his branching worms and didn't believe him over his branching worms and wasn't willing to look at the evidence of his branching worms. Well, you know what? If you help me to do this, I'm willing to take a look at it. If you want to tell me about these giant beetles that are under your arms, for that other feller in town, yeah, I'm willing to look at what you got to say. Yes, I'm willing to look at your stuff about your beetles, but he never produced anything, just like this guy's never produced anything. And instead of it being a trade, it's being a in lieu of. Okay, instead of helping you, I'm gonna talk to you about my beetles. Instead of helping you, I'm just gonna ramble on about a schizophrenic delusion. And I'm like, I'm getting treated like I'm schizophrenic and delusional for things that I've already shown you evidence of, because I got to show a couple of pieces of evidence. I finally had to pull out my phone while Tony was being rude to me one day and just press play and hold it in his face. Not like right in his face, but hold it up so that he could see it. That's literally what it took. Now, he'd cut me off from doing that several times, telling me he's in a hurry. He doesn't have the time. He's got other things to do. So when he was trying to compare his branching worms stuff with me being assaulted and treating me like me being assaulted is a schizophrenic delusion and treating me like I had horribly wronged him about a branching worm theory that I'd literally never heard. Before he was angry with me and actually shouting at me over it, he'd never said anything about this branching theory stuff. And I went through some of my videos. I'm like, something severely schizophrenic suspect like that is probably something that I would have known, would have noticed, would have red flagged right away. The fact that he had such hostility about a make-believe event was a red flag, and this is after that red flag. This is well after that red flag. I'm glad that he's being nice in his tone now, and he understands to some degree, but he keeps on doing the same things. It's kind of like the guy who gets busted because he's screaming that he's going to kill you in front of the whole neighborhood. So then he just wants to walk by and scream just loud enough that as he's walking by your window, you'll barely hear him. It's still a threat against my life. If it's a violation of a protection order, it's still a violation of my protection order. If it's a threat against my sister's life, it's still a threat against my sister's life, whether you're screaming it at the top of your lungs for the whole neighborhood to hear, or whether you're yelling at it, or, just loud enough for me to hear, or whether you got me strapped down in a chair and you're whispering it in my ear. A threat is a threat. It's a fucking threat. For people who literally threatened to kill me, to play victim, when I had to threaten people back, keep in mind, there's only 2 names. And one of those was Donald Trump. And no, I don't intend on killing anybody. I just had to get some agency to do their job instead of me being sent by these agencies around in circles and having to rely on schizophrenics, drug addicts, drug dealers, and fucking physical abusers, sexual assaulters, people who literally are on sex offender registries. Meanwhile, I have to take abuse by these sex offenders, people who were on the sex offender registry like Robert Franklin Warnick. And then when he chased me down with his vehicle while I was on foot and assaulted me and broke my telephone, I was charged with, they were trying to charge me with a hate crime for targeting a sex offender. There's literally no evidence whatsoever of that happening. There is evidence that I spoke up about a man who threatened to fucking kill me. And I spoke up very clearly about why I am afraid. He's not the first person in Chapel, Nebraska to threaten to kill me. Carl Snell was not the first person in Chapel, Nebraska to threaten to kill me. Hell, they weren't even the first people in Chapel, Nebraska to threaten to kill me after Natalie was killed. Join the club, stand in line. There's plenty of other people that want to get a piece of me. Meanwhile, a lot of predators who had taken advantage of my disabilities through my life, used Natalie Bollinger's death as their excuse for their cruelty, for their theft, for their drug use, for their manipulation. Oh, look what you did to that girl. Look what you did to that girl. You murdered that girl. No, I fucking didn't. Joseph Michael Lopez did. He's in prison for it. And I believe a lot of the things that he said because Natalie Bollinger was a manipulator who said those same exact things to me. The fact that it's proven that she said those things to me actually does help out Joseph Michael Lopez. Just saying. Also, if the evidence that is being withheld and suppressed by the detectives in Natalie Bollinger's case, well, if that ever comes to light, a shit ton of people are going to prison, including the detectives in Natalie's case, and Joseph Michael Lopez will walk free. He absolutely will walk free. Because obviously those officers, after what they did to me, and with there being that much proof of it, well, they can't be trusted. They should never be allowed to investigate another murder again. They should be in prison for what they did already. What they did is intentionally take advantage of a disabled person and make that disabled person a target for the public. Make that person a target for abuse, such as physical assaults, threats against my life and others, against our lives. Before Natalie was killed, with these people who were assaulting me and threatening my life and my friends and family's lives. Yes, I messaged Natalie and threatened to retaliate. Well, I did retaliate. And look how long it took to do that. I didn't want to expose her fucking dad. I didn't want to fucking make her a potential victim of him, but also going public about that should have kept her safe. It should have made her father afraid to threaten, harass, and intimidate her into doing things that were horrible. But, this guy's got a history of raping and beating her, so, once he was exposed, yeah, chances are pretty good. Fucking, it was her dad's mom that helped to force that. Natalie's own family, her own predators, and my predators also. There is no doubt in my mind that Ted Bollinger and his mother forced Natalie Bollinger to say those things and do those things. It was already too late, though. She sent that email in 2016, over a year before I exposed her dad with it. Natalie Bollinger, very specifically, is dead because of her family, because of her friends, and because of law enforcement who didn't want to do their jobs, did not care. You let me be victimized. If you look the other way, it didn't happen. If you make it a conversation instead of listening, then you can, dig for excuses not to try. Instead of hearing the full story about these situations that you're just trying to dig for an excuse, you don't want to hear the actual situation. You want to stick with your excuse. Just like you want to stick with your Beatles theory. It's the Beatles that are the fault of all of this. It's Beatles who are making it so that everybody's crazy. These Beatles are controlled by some satellite in outer space. This is what I'm hearing from the schizophrenic drug addicts that I am having to rely on for help because I don't have a friend or family member who is sober, let alone gives a shit. My family has a habit of stealing from me, physically harming me, and of course playing victim after the fact and calling me mentally ill. One of the biggest problems with drug addicts and schizophrenics both is that you can't tell them they're doing something wrong. You can't tell them that. It will be met with further hostility. They also won't take no for an answer. If they want to offer the help that is going to make things worse, you actually do have to just take that help because they're not going to hear the explanation. They're going to, like I said, they've fit something into that tiny portion where you You don't know. You don't have all the facts. You don't have all the information. What they're going to do is they're going to set something in place that they're not going to be able to pull out. They're going to set an assumption there, and that assumption sits in that place. It's a placeholder permanently. Instead of, all right, we've got new information, let's change that opinion to knowledge. You believe it could happen, right? Or you saw it happen. You believe there might be evidence, or you saw evidence. When I tell you that people use these things out of context, I'm not asking for you to blindly believe me over the phone. I'm asking you to look at the messages before and after. Is this used in context? Because the people who are posting just the little bits and pieces that they want to use to try to make me a target took those from me being 100% completely honest and posting up every single word between myself and Natalie in our Facebook Messenger. I've got so many copies of that because I've sent it to so many people. People who never looked and admitted that they never looked. The only reason I sent it to them is because they promised that they would look. Then I get there and realize they're on drugs or alcohol or are schizophrenic or possibly even all three. And then they want to keep that a secret. That the reason that they were so shitty to me is because of their drug or alcohol use or because of their mental issues. And at that point, yes, those mental issues are a part of my circumstances. The very same as when police officers want to go telling hospitals that I am schizophrenic when my diagnosis is autism. When they want to claim that they believe that I'm on drugs when in reality I have Tourette syndrome. When I tell them that I'm trying to turn in police officers and they don't write that down at all. Why would I tell the public that and tell the public that that's my intention? That that's what I'm trying to do over and over and over again. And when it doesn't work, because I'm having to go in alone and I state that I'm having to do something desperate to try to force them to take this evidence of abuse by police officers, and then they don't write down anything about any of that. They go out of their way to be as vague as possible, lie as much as possible, and the very little parts that aren't lies are so vaguely stated that, I mean, it's basically fucking lying by omission. I got to rely on somebody who will take the time to look instead of make excuses. I know not to ask Christians because no Christian is going to look. In the history of all of this, every single Christian has shown that they're not Christians. They'll make any excuse to look away. And then when you post up how Christians really treat you, those Christians want to pretend like you're out to get them, like you're out to get their families. Are you kidding me? Is this what Christianity really is? I grew up Christian. My mom pretended to be Christian through my entire life. She, however, was a Christian in the same way that Laura Nelson is a Christian. She's a Christian in the same way that Alicia Bollinger is a Christian. She's a Christian in the same way that my little sister is a Christian, and Brenda Dickinson is a Christian. And Rose M. Kelly, a.k.a. Rose M. Self, is a Christian. And Leslie Snell is apparently a Christian. They're Christians when it suits them. They're Christians when they can use something in the Bible as an excuse not to do their paid position and paid job. Part of that paid job for many of these people is being a mandatory reporter, and they will state they can't do their job as a mandatory reporter because it interferes with their paid job. But talking about Jesus as an excuse doesn't interfere with your paid job, does it? Apparently not. Threatening my life doesn't interfere with your paid job, does it? Bullying me or breaking the law apparently ain't against your religion, is it?
From her dad and how horrible a person he really is. And I exposed him with that later on. So when she went to Virginia, she wasn't even willing to get on the airplane unless I promised that I was going to go to Virginia to see her. And that was when her and myself and a woman named Maddie Boa were planning the trip together. Maddie Boa got busted selling methamphetamines and couldn't leave the state, so she wasn't able to go. And so there was a situation where, even though I'm disabled, I was able to earn the money because I wasn't getting disability money. I was able to earn the money to go to Virginia, sort of, almost, but not quite. I had enough to get there, but not to do anything once I was there. And there were like 7 different people I planned on seeing. It wasn't just Natalie.
It ended up not being
Then Natalie called me one night and she told me that her family was driving her crazy and she was going to kill herself if I wasn't already on the road. I told her I wasn't already on the road, and within an hour, she ran her car into a telephone pole and broke her leg. Are you still able to hear me? All right, good. So Natalie and I were obviously friends, and I wasn't there fast enough. So I went to go see her, and her car was totaled, and she was going to be dependent on her sister, and so on and so forth. But the trip was planned.
Yeah, she was
And I went to Virginia, and on my birthday, she was insisting that we go out for my birthday, even though I didn't want to because she was too fucked up. Like, her leg was still fucked up. She'd been in multiple car accidents. You'll get to read all of that in the messages between her and I. But you'll also get to read that I didn't stalk her to Virginia. We were absolutely friends, and the things that I did are the things that she asked me to do. We went out for my birthday because she insisted on it, not because I stalked her into it. It's not like she was at Elliot's Coffee Grounds and I had followed her there and sat down with them and forced them to hang out with me. That's not the case. Natalie thought she was in love with me. That's not my fault. I also was dumb enough to think she was over that.
That's also in the message.
That's not my fault either. So Natalie and her sister both messaged me almost every day, or I think it was literally every day. Both of them messaged me the same kind of stuff, telling me they loved me over and over and over again. Now, I got a question for you. Do you tell somebody you love them if they're stalking you? Probably not. And if somebody is stalking you, do you insist on going out with them for their birthday? Probably not. If somebody is stalking you, do you insist on going places with them or doing things with them? Probably not. And that's the thing, is that the conversations that I wish you were out here to look at right this moment, you know, you'd get to see that Natalie and I were friends. So she was afraid of what her family would do and think and feel. And they were also literally pushing her to commit suicide. Like, that's why I was there, is because she was going to kill herself if I wasn't. So I went. And then we did what they wanted me to while I was there. I got dehydrated on my birthday, and they did know that I was dehydrated. And I had a mental breakdown. It was a really fucked up situation because what happened is they wanted to go out for my birthday. So I went and parked in a parking lot close by, and I was in my car, and it was really super hot, and I was severely dehydrated on my birthday before we ever went out to Elliot's Coffee Grounds. Natalie was insistent that we go out, and her sister was insistent that we go out, and her sister drove my car to Elliot's Coffee Grounds.
I had parked over by McDonald's about a mile away, maybe 2 miles away. It's actually pretty decent distance. The reason I parked over by the McDonald's was so that when I woke up in the morning, I could get me some breakfast. I was saving my money. I had $20 that I'd earned at Labor Ready. I was also in a shit ton of pain because of it. So, yeah, we were doing the best that we could. We were making do with what we had.
While Natalie Bollinger sat on my lap. Now, this wasn't some inappropriate fondling thing. It's just there was no room in my car because I was living in it.
Yeah, her sister was driving.
So
her sister insisted on driving.
We got to Elliot's Coffee Grounds, and at one point while we were at Elliot's Coffee Grounds, Alicia was always hovering. She would not allow Natalie and I a moment together alone. I don't know why,
a lot of time with me alone.
But this is the first time that we had a few minutes literally alone. And so she was telling me that she was sorry about everything that was going on and that we hadn't had our opportunity to talk, but that her and Alicia were fighting over a boy. Now, since she obviously, had other ideas about me than her sister, and because her and her sister acted exactly the same towards me and the things they were typing and saying, I hope I'm not the boy they were fighting over. But at the same time, that's the last time I ever saw Natalie Bollinger was on my birthday while we were out at Elliot's Coffee Grounds after her sister got back. Natalie was getting messages from her mom, who was pissed and telling her that her and Alicia needed to come home right away because she found their heroin. Now, mind you, they're adults. The entire time through all of this, they're adults. We were not friends when they were kids for a reason. So, do what? I can't hear you.
I didn't say anything.
Okay, it had some little bleepy sounds a little bit, like you were trying to say something and then you stopped and were allowing me to finish. Okay, so after I was severely dehydrated and they'd given me a phone for my birthday that didn't work, it was broken to all hell, and like whoever I called last, because of where all the cracks and breaks were, whoever I called last, it would just call over and over and over again. So, and if I was text messaging, it was auto-correcting to, I was tired of the phone saying, ducking, duck you, and stuff like that to a racist that I was arguing with using the phone. So then it ended up so that it's auto-correcting stuff because of how completely fucked that phone was. Alicia lived at the Cricket store. She had asked me to stay behind the Cricket store so that it was easier to visit with me and easier to see me, and also tried to juice it up by saying her boyfriend worked at the Starbucks, which is in the same building just 2 doors down. So yeah, I went and parked where they told me to. That's where they wanted me to go to make it easier for them. Even though I'd already picked a place, I changed the place I was at because of where they wanted me to be. So on my birthday, when we went out and her mom found her heroin, and, obviously I don't fuck with any of that. That's got nothing to do with me, except for the fact that she was my friend. Now, then when I left, what ended up happening is because I was severely dehydrated, I was separated from my support network. I had absolutely no money whatsoever. Here I am, physically disabled, living in my car, severely dehydrated, just survived trying to do manual labor cleaning up Hurricane Matthew, which, by the way, I got that job because of Alicia Bollinger. Meanwhile, that phone that was all broken to shit, Alicia Bollinger transferred my number from the prepaid phone that I had. She had it transferred over to Cricket because she worked at the Cricket store. And then she changed it so that it was in her name so that she was going to pay the bill. Like, she's trying to do nice things for me, and this was supposed to be a birthday present. The problem is that this phone was so completely broken that this is what ended up being the fucked up.
It allowed her control of things that were mine. That was my phone number. Because of her help and her assumptions, that was her gift to me. Her gift to me for my birthday was the reason we were having communication problems. Again, just like now with the phones. You know, kind of like Tony. You already got to hear him say in that message that he, and I'll play that again for you if you need to, that he couldn't see what I was sending to him because his screen was cracked. It's not that I didn't send it to him. So this piece of paper right here, these 4 pieces of paper right here, I've tried reading one page to him. That's the very beginning of this, or possibly the last one. I did find the 3 other pages. I sent him the 3 other pages through the messaging, and his phone is broke. So then I went and made copies and literally handed him a copy within probably a minute of being handed the copy. And he was going to go over it with me. And he never did. It stayed on his dash until he gave it back to me. I think yesterday it was sitting underneath a container outside, hanging over the edge. So in that video where he asks me if I got the papers, yeah, I did.
Situation. I literally could not message somebody and send them a message without my phone autocorrecting and sending in the middle of me messaging something. So I'm not able to read what it's saying. I don't know what it's autocorrected to because it's autocorrecting, you know,
I didn't get to keep my number
on its own. It's going back to the same stuff that I had set for it to, you know, like instead of saying ducking, it says fucking. But I'm not typing ducking or fucking. You know, it's a situation where this phone was completely fucking broke. And I literally could not get it to actually function. And I couldn't get it to stop sending in the middle of me trying to type or in the middle of me trying to correct it. Like, that's something that sucks, is that I noticed it was autocorrecting. So I tried to resend the message better, the right way, and it wasn't fucking working. Like, literally the only way to explain what was going on was to show them in person. Like, hey, the phone is fucked. You gave me a fucked up phone for my birthday, and I'm thankful for the phone, but it isn't working, and none of my friends can contact me, and I can't contact my friends, and it is calling.
Yeah, somebody gave me a gift. How many people have gifted me stuff that was not working and then shat on me over it? Natalie and Alicia Bollinger weren't the first people to treat me like shit over something that they gave me that didn't work. Now, unlike Tony, who keeps giving me stuff that doesn't work, and, you know, I'm having to take it because if I don't take it, he's going to spend a whole week trying to tell me how I made a mistake by not taking his broken shit. And then I plug it in and it's fucking broken, and I tell him later, I already bought replacements. I got a bunch of replacements. I don't need another power stick. And he's insisting on giving me another power stick. Holy shit, that power stick, I couldn't move most of this stuff because of the power stick. And meanwhile, I'm having to keep it inside to keep it out of the rain. He's giving me solutions to problems I don't have, and he's replacing shit that, insisting on replacing something that was broken with something that I already have these power sticks. I don't need another one. I don't need 10 more or 20 more. I don't need one more. I've got plenty. I told him I had plenty, that I'd already replaced it. And now I still have the old dead fucking one somewhere in here in one of these bags. Actually, I think it's this bag right here. You know, even through everything in here, you get to hear he's letting me talk. He's letting me talk. He's letting me talk. Oh, here's the broken one that he insisted that I take. Kept on insisting that I take. I said yes. And then it took him, I want to say, close to a month to finally bring it. By then, I already had one, but then he insisted that I use it. I never needed his fucking power strip. When I first told him that I needed one, it was just because I didn't have access to go get mine. And in the amount of time that it took him to bring me one, I got sick of fucking waiting on it and went and bought one. All right. When you tell me when I'm out of money or nearly out of money that you're going to give me something that's going to help me out, and then it takes you over 30 days to do it, I get my next payment, I get my next disability check. I'm not going to wait another 30 days or another 60 days or a possible never when I can go down and buy it. Meanwhile, I had some in storage, but I needed a ride to storage. And no matter how many times I said I needed a ride to storage, or I will pay you money to give me a ride to storage, what I heard out of their faces was, well, I don't need money. I'll give you a ride to storage. When do you want to go? Or a whole bunch of I'm too busy's. Now, if they asked me when I wanted to go and I told them, oh, well, we can't do it on this day, or this day. Okay, what day can we do it? I don't know, just pick a day. And then I pick a day that wasn't on their list. Oh, well, I have something going on that day. Okay, well, what day can you fucking do it? Tell me what day you can fucking do it and we'll do it. Well, let's not make it an impossible thing. All right, I asked you a very simple question to begin with. When you said that you could, I asked when. If every suggestion that I'm going to make is something that you've already got full in your schedule, you know your schedule. Tell me when in your schedule that you are willing to make room and I will be there. Also, make sure that you're there because I might have to set off a lot of stuff. I might have to set aside, having to speak with a police officer or an investigator I need to speak with. But I'm willing to set that aside because I need it. It's not that I want your help. Nobody wants to fucking go through hell begging somebody for help. Nobody wants to go through that. Those of you who have a friend or family member who cares, you've never had to go through this. You've got no fucking clue what I'm talking about. To you, it's a fucking delusion because you literally are clueless. Those of you who have never had to go to a church meal and sit with a bunch of fucking drug addicts and schizophrenics and deal with them trying to start fights with everybody because they're fucking paranoid and delusional. Both sets. You talk about, oh, well, why don't you go down to Seventh-day Adventist Church? They got food there every week. Yeah, I know, one day a week, and it's Wednesday, and it's the best meal out of all the places that feed. It's only on Wednesday, though. And I've been assaulted there repeatedly. I was also sent by the people that work there and volunteer there to drug addicts for help. When I was assaulted on their property multiple times, eventually it got to the point where, I'm not even going to bother going and telling these people that I was assaulted because they don't care. They're going to tell me to go to Brian Williams. They're going to tell me to go to Seth Jordan. They're going to tell me to go to some drug addict who is so fucked up on meth or heroin or fentanyl that all they're going to do is run out of drugs and money and fucking hit me up for more. Yeah, thank you very much, Nicole Vertner, who also worked at the Seventh-day Adventist Hospital for that help. You also get to hear in the later videos that the stuff that I did explain in this later on still went right out the window. It wasn't what he assumed to begin with and inserted into that slot that he didn't know the answer to. He's already set it in stone. It's kind of like when you hate somebody because of the way they look, and you've already decided that they look like a rapist or they look like a pedophile. And then you run around town telling everybody that he looks like a pedophile, and pretty soon you got people saying he is a pedophile, and then he's got people assaulting him because they think he is a pedophile because you went fucking being a judgmental asshole. And then of course then the rumor comes back to you, except this time it's not the rumor you started where you said, oh, he looks like a pedophile. No, people are now telling you that he is a pedophile. The rumor started with you, but it got out of hand, and now you're going to use this, somebody telling you he's a pedophile, as an excuse to physically assault him like the other people that heard the rumor. And then you got a bunch of people assaulting an innocent person all because you're a judgmental asshole. Experience. Those situations have happened to me in this town, in other towns.
Whoever I called last over and over and over again. Since I'm in Virginia and I'm, you're the two people that I know here. You're usually the people that I'm talking to and coordinating with. Well, now I've got an issue where my phone is going to call you over and over and over again unless I literally turn my phone completely off. So they didn't bother saying what Natalie tried pretending is that I went all the way to Virginia to stalk her and stayed behind her work for weeks. And when she said she didn't want to talk to me anymore, I sent her hundreds of texts and calls, and that's absolutely not the case. Through the entire time that I was in Virginia, not once did Natalie Bollinger say that she didn't want to talk to me, she didn't want to hear me, she didn't want to anything like that. It was only on the day that I left that she told me that her family didn't want me to. Her family had made the decision. And I didn't send her hundreds of texts. I blocked her and her sister on Facebook, and then I left. And I called up Maddie Boa to let her know what was going on, but they'd already called Maddie Boa and claimed to her that I'd threatened their lives. Now, what had happened is, when I was severely dehydrated and I went to go explain to Natalie what was going on and explain what was going on with the telephone, my car broke down. It was a pre-existing issue with the car, and the people that I got the car from knew it was a pre-existing issue, and they could have come forward about this at any point in time. When I went to go explain to them what was going on, my car got stuck in the road. So somebody drove by me and honked their horn, narrowly missing me. I was stuck between two road cones with a car that wouldn't go anywhere. I couldn't even turn the steering wheel. It was freewheeling on its own. It was no longer attached where it should have been.
The steering wheel.
Now, the guy who I got the car from, his name is David Nelson in Chapel, Nebraska, and he'd fixed it. Or at least he thought he had. Well, it was only a temporary fix. So when I was in Virginia, stuck outside of her mom's house, and I honked my horn after that to make sure that people come.
Whatever he fixed it with, it looked like ground quartz. It was a white powder. So I'm assuming it's the crushed residue of some sort of, what would you call that? Some sort of sealant or glue. Maybe not JB Weld, but possibly some other type of epoxy, some sort of clear coat epoxy or white epoxy. But when it gave, it gave. The tines on there where it attaches, they're metal. And when they wear down and they're, freewheeling on their own and you glue it, that glue is temporary. I literally could have died driving to Virginia if that had given any time other than when I was already stuck.
coming around the corner there, they would see me there instead of careening into me. So I'm doing what's important, what's safe at that point in time. And her mom came out, and her mom mouthed that she was going to call the cops. And I mouthed back to her, thank you. I mean, here I was fucking stuck in traffic, having to honk my horn so nobody would fucking run into me. But that's not how they played it. What they claimed is that I stalked Natalie to Virginia. And
also, Alicia had sent me a couple of text messages while I was in the car. And I do remember very clearly receiving those texts. I also remember thinking to myself, if I respond to these texts, it's going to take enough time that somebody's going to run into the side of me. So I didn't respond to the texts. It wasn't because I was trying to avoid them. It wasn't because I was trying to hide my intentions. It's because I was afraid of what would happen if I stopped honking the horn. I couldn't even look that direction in traffic. All I could do was look straight forward at the house or look down at my floorboards.
The police didn't treat me like a human being whatsoever. I was not arrested. I was taken to the hospital. They took away my telephone, so I couldn't show the situation with Natalie. Instead, what they did is they just listened to what the police officer said, and if anything that I said was different, they were going to pretend it was.
My phone showed that what I was saying was true. My phone, all of the evidence in it, every single bit of evidence in those two phones at that point, because there was my flip phone, which had originally had that number on it, and then there was that broken ass piece of shit that Alicia Bollinger gave me. Now you guys want to say, "Oh, you're being ungrateful." No, I'm telling you the truth. It's a piece of shit fucking phone. Thank you very much for giving me a gift for my birthday and pushing it on me and bullying me into it like Tony tries to do with all of his great and wonderful fucking ideas that do not include listening or looking. Now it seems like he's listening here, but this is over a week ago and he still, of course, didn't get it. For multiple recordings throughout this week, he still, of course, didn't get it. He made excuses. He didn't keep his word. And then he wanted to make the excuse that I didn't try. And then I let him know that I did try. And he looks, "Oh, you did try." Then it's time for another excuse. I don't need excuses. I don't need excuses. I don't need to be treated like I'm a horrible person because you gave me something that was broken instead of the help I needed. I was severely fucking dehydrated. I was overwhelmed. I was scared. I was broke. And the only two people that I knew in the area were treating me completely like shit. Natalie Bollinger wasn't. She was treating me like she was going to speak with me. She was eventually going to speak with me. We had actually set it up that on the following Monday, her and I were going to come have a conversation, finally one-on-one. But I didn't make it to Monday. The reason was I was severely fucking dehydrated. I was overwhelmed, and I was scared, and I was trapped. And her sister was messaging me shit over the broken fucking phone. She's messaging me stuff like, "Well, you showed your true colors." What do you mean? You forced this busted phone on me, and now you're treating me like fucking shit. Because your fucking gift doesn't goddamn work. A gift I didn't even want. You say, "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth." Well, I tell you what, if you got to cross a desert on a horse with no name, you better look in its mouth before you try crossing that fucking desert. The point of getting Natalie and Alicia Bollinger into court is to get them to admit that they gave me that phone. That all of that quote unquote mean stuff in Virginia, none of that was typed on my phone. Not one word of it was typed on my phone. It was not my phone. It was their gift phone. Yeah, I got severely dehydrated on my birthday because Natalie Bollinger insisted we go out on my birthday. That's why I was there. That's why I ended up severely dehydrated. Doing what Natalie Bollinger wanted resulted in me having a medical emergency that was unchecked for 5 days. Alicia Bollinger insisting that I take that phone that was busted as shit, insisting that she put it in her name. Not only did it prevent me from being able to use it, it prevented me from being able to pay the bills. It prevented anybody who had my phone number from being able to get a hold of me. It made it so that I didn't have a usable phone. And I, as a disabled person, had to try to find a way to feed myself as well as get another phone, because all of these places that you're sending me to, if I don't have a phone, I can't reach them. This is all stuff you don't want to hear because you already know everything. You already know everything.
It was either a delusion or
right?
So on and so forth. And they wouldn't allow me access to my phone to show it to them. This is something that they have done every single time. This is the number one tactic that they use. They refuse to look at the evidence that's on the phone, or they take away the phone so that I can't show the evidence. So they took me to the hospital. I was severely dehydrated, so they put me up to the, I guess they call it a BOLO solution. And I have the hospital paperwork on that. So
the instructions are pretty simple. I'm supposed to go to a friend or family member, tell them what's happening, and turn it in with them. If they don't believe me, or for whatever reason I'm being treated like I'm unbelievable by the courts, they need to actually look at the evidence. If I'm being abused while trying to turn in these other assaults and threats against my life and my friends and family's lives, they do have to see that that's happening. But I'm having to tell him that the evidence exists instead of showing him. Even handing it to him in person doesn't result in him stopping to take the time to keep his word to go over it with me. Not after all of this time. The appointments that I made, that he was going to look at evidence and then talk to these people with me. Obviously, I had to make those calls by myself, and several of them I got a return phone call on, but he's still busy making excuses about how he misunderstood. No, he didn't misunderstand. He intentionally misunderstood. He is intentionally only going to do what he wants. What I need, if I tell him that making the copies is the most important and these are the most important copies, and he hasn't done it in days, and I have to pay somebody for the copies, that's a lesson that I've already learned with him. Between waiting on him to eventually mope around to it, it's easier for me to pay $488 and something cents to get those copies. Instead of listening to you over and over again, trying to con me into allowing you to do this thing to be nice that you're never going to get around to. Just like the other stuff, you either A, never get around to it, or B, you take so incredibly long getting around to it that it's no longer useful or worthwhile to make any attempt whatsoever towards it for me. But then you want to continue to push it. Just like Natalie wanted to continue to push the going out with me on my birthday thing. Just like Alicia Bollinger wanted to continue to push this, oh, I want to give you a gift. Let me give you this gift. It's a gift. Let me give you a smartphone as a gift. She even promised to show me how to use it, which she never did because she's a fucking liar. This video is over 3 hours long already. I'm having to make this video because the people who promised to help me in person did not. The people who promised they were going to listen and look at evidence and help me turn it in did not. Now he's listening very intently in this. You can see that very clearly. He's not talking through the whole thing. But then if you remember the videos that I posted yesterday, the most recent ones, you realize that he didn't hear a goddamn thing I said. Not a word of it. He just made excuses again. When you don't keep your word, and then it's my fault.
The officer had told me that my friends were going to keep my car safe and that I could get it when I got out of the hospital. So when I got out of the hospital and I found out my car had been towed, which they promised that they wouldn't, I didn't have the money to get it out of the impound, and I had to try to get help getting home. The people that I contacted to try to get help getting out of Virginia, at first getting money to get my car out of impound. That's when I finally got my car out of impound, was when I was able to get a hold of Natalie and let her know, hey, I understand if you guys, are paranoid or scared or whatever, if you or your family, are.
Mind you, by this point, Natalie still hasn't said anything at all. Nothing at all about not contacting her. She said nothing at all about not messaging her. She has absolutely not said anything at all of that sort. Like I said, even though her sister was being extremely fucking mean to me, she still planned on visiting with me the following Monday. But because of the medical emergency and the fact that I was stranded there without any help or assistance, literally just stuck there. Didn't have the money for gas to do anything or go anywhere. I was fucking screwed. But they didn't care about that at all. No, it was as soon as my car broke down outside of their house, I was some horrible, pathetic fucking loser out to rape and murder and fucking all sorts of other shit, apparently. And it's just, oh, fuck, I lost my place. God damn it. Let's see if I can find it. I know approximately where it was at.
For my support network, I had absolutely no money whatsoever. Here I am, physically disabled, living in my car, severely dehydrated, just survived trying to do manual labor cleaning up Hurricane Matthew, which, by the way, I got that job because of Alicia Bollinger. Meanwhile, that phone that was all broken to shit, Alicia Bollinger transferred my number from the prepaid phone that I had. She had it transferred over to Cricket because she worked at the Cricket store. And then she changed it so that it was in her name so that she was going to pay the bill. Like, she's trying to do nice things for me, and this is supposed to be a birthday present. The problem is that this phone was so completely broken that this is what ended up being the fucked up situation. I literally could not message somebody and send them a message without my phone autocorrecting and sending in the middle of me messaging something. So I'm not able to read what it's saying. I don't know what it's autocorrected to because it's autocorrecting, on its own.
Mental breakdown from it autocorrecting.
It's going back to the same stuff that I had set for it to, like instead of saying ducking, it says fucking. But I'm not typing ducking or fucking. It's a situation where this phone was completely fucking broke. and I literally could not get it to actually function. And I couldn't get it to stop sending in the middle of me trying to type or in the middle of me trying to correct it. Like, that's something that sucks, is that I noticed it was auto-correcting. So I tried to resend the message better, the right way, and it wasn't fucking working. Like, literally the only way to explain what was going on was to show them in person. Like, hey, the phone is fucked. You gave me a fucked up phone for my birthday, and I'm thankful for the phone, but it isn't working, and none of my friends can contact me, and I can't contact my friends, and it is calling whoever I called last over and over and over again. Since I'm in Virginia and I'm, you're the two people that I know here, you're usually the people that I'm talking to and coordinating with. Well, now I've got an issue where my phone is going to call you over and over and over again unless I literally turn my phone completely off. So they didn't bother saying what Natalie tried pretending is that I stayed behind. I went all the way to Virginia to stalk her and stayed behind her work for weeks. And when she said she didn't want to talk to me anymore, I sent her hundreds of texts and calls, and that's absolutely not the case. Through the entire time that I was in Virginia, not once did Natalie Bollinger say that she didn't want to talk to me, she didn't want to hear me, she didn't want to anything like that. It was only on the day that I left that she told me that her family didn't want me to. Her family had made the decision. And I didn't send her hundreds of texts. I blocked her and her sister on Facebook, and then I left. And I called up Maddie Boa to let her know what was going on, but they'd already called Maddie Boa and claimed to her that I'd threatened their lives. Now, what had happened is, when I was severely dehydrated and I went to go explain to Natalie what was going on and explain what was going on with the telephone, my car broke down. It was a pre-existing issue with the car, and the people that I got the car from knew it was a pre-existing issue, and they could have come forward about this at any point in time. When I went to go explain to them what was going on, my car got stuck in the road. So somebody drove by me and honked their horn, narrowly missing me. I was stuck between two road cones with a car that wouldn't go anywhere. I couldn't even turn the steering wheel. It was freewheeling on its own. It was no longer attached where it should have been. Now, the guy who I got the car from, his name is David Nelson in Chapel, Nebraska, and he'd fixed it, or at least he thought he had. Well, it was only a temporary fix. So when I was in Virginia, stuck outside of her mom's house, and I honked my horn after that to make sure that people coming around the corner there, they would see me there instead of careening into me. So I'm doing what's important, what's safe at that point in time. And her mom came out, and her mom mouthed that she was going to call the cops. And I mouthed back to her, thank you. I mean, here I was fucking stuck in traffic, having to honk my horn so nobody would fucking run into me. But that's not how they played it. What they claimed is that I stalked Natalie to Virginia, and the police didn't treat me like a human being whatsoever. I was not arrested. I was taken to the hospital. They took away my telephone, so I couldn't show the situation with Natalie. Instead, what they did is they just listened to what the police officer said, and if anything that I said was different, they were going to pretend it was either a delusion or so on and so forth, and they wouldn't allow me access to my phone to show it to them. This is something that they have done every single time. This is the number one tactic that they use. They refuse to look at the evidence that's on the phone, or they take away the phone so that I can't show the evidence. So they took me to the hospital. I was severely dehydrated, so they put me up to the, I guess they call it a BOLO solution. And I have the hospital paperwork on that. So the officer had told me that my friends were going to keep my car safe and that I could get it when I got out of the hospital. So when I got out of the hospital and I found out that my car had been towed, which they promised that they wouldn't, I didn't have the money to get it out of the impound, and I had to try to get help getting home. The people that I contacted to try to get help getting out of Virginia, well, at first getting money to get my car out of impound. that's when I finally got my car out of impound, was when I was able to get a hold of Natalie and let her know, hey, I understand if you guys, are paranoid or scared or whatever. If you or your family, are, want to, basically, if you guys want to think some crazy stuff, let me know and I'll just leave. Like, I'm only here to help you because I don't want you to kill yourself. So if you are afraid of me, then I will block you and I'll leave and I'll never talk to you again. And she called me up, and I don't know if it was her or her twin sister, but it was someone on her twin sister's phone claiming to be Natalie. And that person said, Sean, I'm sorry, I love you, but my family is afraid of you, so don't talk to me again. And that's when I blocked her, and that's when I left the state. That should have been the end of it. But that wasn't the end of it. Instead, her sister had to call up Maddie Boa and claim to Maddie Boa that I had threatened to kill Natalie Bollinger and her family in Virginia. So because Maddie Boa planned the trip with us, she wasn't going to believe for one moment that I stalked Natalie to Virginia. She knew better. So they had to lie to Maddie Boa to manipulate her and to not even listening to me. So Maddie Boa treated me like shit. What she said to me is, I heard what you did and it's creepy. Don't talk to me again. So I blocked her. Then I got to Boulder, to where my home is. All right. I was happy to be home. I was glad to be home. And within probably an hour or so of being there, I was physically assaulted by one of Maddie Boa's drug addict friends, one of her meth customers. Now, like I said, she wasn't able to go to Virginia with me because she got busted selling meth. Well, this was the very beginning of the assaults. So my birthday was October 18th. That's when me and Natalie saw each other the very last time. The 22nd or the 23rd is when I had the mental breakdown over the phone and my car being stuck in the middle of the road because I was still severely dehydrated. Like, this was, days after I became dehydrated. I'm still dehydrated and haven't been to the hospital. And then I think it was by the 26th, I was already back in Boulder. I left as quickly as possible. It took several days to drive that length. It's 1,700 miles each way. I drove 1,700 miles to see her because I didn't want her to kill herself. And she was going to kill herself if I didn't. I drove 1,700 miles to get away from her and her family. And then when the abuse started, I had to go to a bunch of homeless drug addicts to try to get help. And all they would tell me is, dude, you're on your own. Fucking, you don't talk to cops. Snitches get stitches. All of this shit with homeless people also telling me something that we know to be true. They're telling me something that's common sense when you're homeless. You can't go to the fucking cops, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? You want me to talk to the fucking cops? Here's what cops do to homeless, dude. They fucking talk over us, and then they twist everything that we say into something that we didn't say. No, Sean, I am not going to fucking talk to the cops with you. I'll go beat these people's asses. Hell, you want me to go shoot a motherfucker? I love you enough to go shoot a motherfucker for you, Sean, but I am not talking to the fucking cops. And how fucking dare you talk to the cops? I spent 18 years in prison. Like, holy shit, dude. No, I didn't know you spent 18 years in prison. I'm sure that you hate snitches probably because somebody put you in prison by snitching on you. But here's the thing. We're talking about child molesters and rapists and people who are abusing a disabled person. So there was a woman named Jamie, and a lot of the money that I had to go to Virginia, when I actually made it there to see Natalie, that was my second attempt to go, because halfway there was a woman named Jamie, and she called me up to let me know that she needed a hero. Her and her son were in trouble. So I let Natalie know I was turning around and going back, and I rescued Jamie and her son from that fucked up abusive situation. And I've got multiple recordings where I can show you that situation was true. And then after I helped them to get out of that situation, I had to go to Chapel, Nebraska and earn some money to try going back to Virginia again. By the time I got back to Virginia, out of the people that I was supposed to go to see, I wasn't able to go see most of them. 2 of them had moved already.
Now, mind you, this isn't me going back to Virginia after that whole situation with Natalie. No, this is before I got to Virginia. I had to turn around part of the way there. This is how Natalie found out Zyler's name. This message that I sent to her, because I let her know that Jamie had messaged me while my car had broken down at a truck stop, at one of those things you pull off on a rest area on the side of the interstate. Jamie had gotten a hold of me and said she needed a hero. So I got a hold of Natalie and asked her if it was okay if I went and rescued Jamie and the boy, and let her know that it was important. And I went to Jamie's in Rapid City, South Dakota. All of my money was spent going to Rapid City, South Dakota, because James beat the shit out of Jamie again. And she was moving out. She was sick of getting beaten on. So the first night in her new apartment, I was there basically babysitting the apartment while James was beating the shit out of her in front of her son. Great news, right? This is important because later on she went back to James and pretended it was all a figment of my imagination. But I also, like I said, there's witnesses to that shit. James is a witness. Jamie's a witness. Her son's a witness. I've got all three of them recorded. It's absolutely no problem to send John Payton or Seth Payton that evidence. That's not an issue whatsoever. The issue at the time was that I was having to deal with the shit with Natalie. These people are inhumane. They will destroy your life for telling on a predator. Jamie going back to her predator did not help me in the least bit. It made me a target for her abusers. Not just her abusers, but her abusers and their friends and family. Next day, after I'd gotten to rescue a great horned owl with a police officer in Rapid City, South Dakota, who was originally from Boston, he'll probably remember that situation. Would you remember it if you rescued a great horned owl with some hobo? You probably would. You'd probably even take pictures of it to show to your friends. I know I did. I sent a lot of people the pictures of that great horned owl. That's how you can tell exactly the day that James Payton beat on Jamie Curtis in Rapid City, South Dakota. Because I didn't have any clue that James was beating on Jamie at that point in time. I wasn't there for it. What I was there for while that was going on was the rescue of the owl. The evidence that that happened absolutely exists, because that was an exciting thing. I sent that picture to so many people. I was excited about it. It was a great horned owl. It literally flew into a telephone pole right next to me and fucking hit the ground. I thought it was a Canadian goose. The grass was pretty tall and it was a crumpled mess, so I didn't know what it was. I assumed, because of the massive size of the thing and the coloration of its feathers that I could see, that it was probably a Canadian goose. I wasn't sure. So when I was rescuing Jamie, I'd already gone on a trip part of the way to Virginia so that Natalie wouldn't fucking kill herself over her family treating her like everything in her life is because she's a heroin addict, that she was raped because she was a heroin addict, she was beaten because she was a heroin addict, her mom choosing abusive men over her when she was a child was because Natalie was a heroin addict. Oh, those people were fucking shitty to her. What did you expect? So it was after that I went back to Chapel, Nebraska to Brenda and Dennis Dickinson's and had to re-earn the money to go to Virginia. Meanwhile, I had also on my trip to Virginia, the first one, I'd planned out the visit so that I wasn't stuck behind Natalie and Alicia Bollinger's work with nothing to fucking do and no money. I planned on seeing a lot of people, but I also didn't plan on rescuing Jamie being as expensive as it was. So when I went back to Virginia, I had to make it basically just to see Natalie and Alicia Bollinger and Brett Roloff because he was close by. When I got there, he was in jail. There was also Andrew Witcher's mother, Kimberly. She was supposed to supposedly have a job for me painting because the job that I had already set up before I went to Virginia to it was cleaning up flood damage. You know, not the clearing everything out immediately after a flood, but there was a flood a few years ago and it takes a while to get all the moldy and mildewy stuff out when the whole area was affected. So that's what I was originally going to do. When I got to Virginia, that wasn't a happening thing, and I couldn't get a hold of Kimberly Witcher in Virginia, and she wasn't far away. And Amy wasn't able to get a hold of her. And Alicia Bollinger helped me to get a job at Labor Ready, cleaning up Hurricane Matthew. You know, we were friends. Now, I'm not explaining it very well along the timeline, you can tell. And I make a lot of mistakes where there's a lot of details that I don't end up telling, not because I'm trying to hide them, but because I have to basically give you the Cliff's Notes in the hope that you'll hear at least that part, because it went from being a little complicated to holy shit, what the fuck, real quick. Sean, if you ever need my help, let me know. Well, right after I left Virginia, I needed fucking help, and I let people know. That resulted in abuse for trying to get help.
One of them had gotten help from her dad getting back to Boulder. One of them had ended up in jail for beating on his girlfriend, and another one was in jail for I don't know what. His name was Brett Roloff. Brett Roloff is an important part of the story because me and him have had many conversations. He kept inviting me to see him in North Carolina. I kept telling him I wasn't going to go to North Carolina because I didn't want to be that close to Natalie and her family. If somebody's going to pretend I'm out to get them, no, I don't want to be anywhere near them. But the problem is that I couldn't put a stop to this. Only Natalie could. I tried going to the police, and they would only listen to me if they could try to twist or manipulate it into I'm trying to kill myself. That is literally all they care about. Do you want to hurt yourself or anybody else? Well, excuse me, I'm trying to tell you about people physically assaulting me and threatening to kill my friends and family. A natural response is to want to kill the motherfucker. You goddamn right. But I'm not allowed to say that, am I? Like when people are threatening to kill my family, yeah, that hits my fucking hate button. But unlike most people, I don't start thinking about violence. I don't start thinking about killing a motherfucker. I want to turn them in. I want to get them off the streets. I want the law to work. When people are threatening to kill my family, I don't want to fucking kill them. But it does occur to me that if they are dead, they can't kill my family. It does occur to me. I mean, that's common sense. However, that doesn't mean that I'm going to go out and kill them. And when these people threaten to kill me and they went around telling people, including police officers, that I'm schizophrenic and delusional and doing everything they can to prevent me from showing this evidence, like the stuff that you got to see today, that's nothing. Like there's so many physical assaults in this. They started before Natalie was killed. So at the very beginning, I was told by police officers that they can't do anything about it, that they have real police work to do, that I just need to man up. I finally was able to get into housing and get disability, and I was promised that if I got disability, that the cops would legally have to do something about the threats against my life and the physical assaults. But that's not what ended up happening. Instead, I got sent around in circles, everybody telling me it's not their job. I got to go to mental health. Oh, well, there's no services here. You got to move somewhere else, which is literally what I'm told everywhere. They told me to go to the Front Range of Colorado. So I had to stay with drug addicts and drug dealers in Colorado that are very abusive people. And I had to stay with them in order to go to the services in Colorado that are supposedly supposed to help disabled people to stop abuse. But none of them cared about the abuse. What they cared about was making money by having me go back repeatedly. And this has been consistent. So I have the names of all of those different places. Also, how complicated they literally made it, trying to make it impossible to turn in the abuse. Like, I'd talk to these people who are a part of the situation before Natalie was killed that are supposedly professionals, and they're telling me, oh, well, you need to get a subpoena. I'm not allowed to unless you get a subpoena. But then the attorneys aren't even going to try getting a subpoena. No friend or family member is listening to the story or looking at the situation. So while I went to help Jamie and her son before Natalie was killed, after I left, or before Natalie, I went to Virginia to see Natalie. After the situation where I left Virginia because of the Natalie situation and her family pretending that I threatened to kill them and threatened to harm them and stalked them and a bunch of other creepy shit that's not true. All of the evidence shows that it's not true. It shows we were friends while she was pretending that I was stalking her. During all of those periods of days, why is she telling me that she loves me? Why is she insisting that we go out? Why is she insisting on getting me a present? Why is her sister taking my telephone number, having it transferred to a different phone in her name? By the way, she quit her job literally 10 minutes after she did that. So I couldn't even pay my phone bill or contact my friends or family members on that phone. I was stuck without the ability to communicate. I mean, this is a situation where I was disabled. I couldn't take care of myself and I was dependent on others, and those others thought, oh, well, that means that I get to be in control. No, it doesn't. Helping someone doesn't mean that you go out of your way to control everything that they do and treat them like shit if they're not able to do what you insist on them doing. Like, I can't carry something that's 50 pounds all day long, no matter how much you insist that I have to do that to get your help. So I went to mental health, I went to Nicole Peralta in Sidney, Nebraska. I went to Jeff Ritter and Nicole Jarrell in Colorado. Over and over again, I tried to turn in the abuse. I was also told repeatedly that I needed to go to friends and family. I was also told repeatedly things like, well, it's better off to try to settle this out of court. Police officers that were giving me legal advice were giving me bad legal advice and telling me, well, you have to get a hold of her and tell her that these people are hurting you and ask her to put a stop to it, or we can't do anything about it. And that's absolutely not true. Could you imagine if you were assaulted and you have to call up somebody who's pretending that you stalked them to ask them to put a stop to it before the police are able to legally do something about you being physically assaulted? That's a question that's not rhetorical. You can answer that. I can't hear you.
I'm not supposed to interrupt.
I know, that's why I did ask that one specific question, because these questions are no-brainers. All of them are. Nobody is forced to go through all of this excessive bullshit in order to turn in crimes. Anyway, so I tried to turn in her friends who had gotten a hold of me. One of the people who was calling me to threaten me over Natalie had used the name Zyler. Zyler is Jamie's son. And Natalie is the only person that I had texted or messaged anything about Zyler to, which means that the person who was calling me up and telling me that he was going to kill Jamie and Zyler is somebody that Natalie knew. It turned out it was Tim Beeson, and he kept on doing it. He started threatening to kill me and my friends and family in, I want to say, November or December of 2016. Natalie wasn't killed until the end of 2017. So for the entire year of 2017, I was running around to different places, running around spending all of my disability money to go to all of the places I'm told that these people are supposed to help disabled people. If you're being ignored because you're a disabled person and the police are refusing to do their job because you're a disabled person and you're being threatened and assaulted because you're a disabled person, go to these people, go to these people, go to these people, move to here, move to here, move to here. Obviously, I've been doing that now for 10 years. Everyone, everywhere I go, wants to do the same exact thing. I have to start over from scratch with a new person every time I go somewhere. I have to try to find somebody who will believe me and look at the evidence, because the people who recognize me from their favorite true crime shows have already seen the Natalie Bollinger stuff and are going to assault me over it. Whereas if I have to try to convince somebody to look it up, then it's a 50-50 as to whether or not they believe what's in there. So Natalie was able to get a protection order, and I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know how any of this worked. What I knew is that I'd been trying to get a protection order against her and Tim Beeson and the other predators that were harming me and threatening my life. And then instead of my friends helping me, they wanted to give me bad advice. Oh, well, have you tried talking to the cops? Yes, I tried talking to the cops. Have you tried talking to mental health? Yes, I tried talking to mental health. Have you tried calling this place? Have you tried calling that place? Yes, I've tried calling all these places. What you're not understanding is you have to call with me. You have to know what's going on. The instructions that I have as a disabled person.
And he continues to do all those things himself as well. I mean, these are the roadblocks that the people who claim to help, claim they're trying to help, claim they're going to help, are putting in front of me. And he's going to listen to this, and then he's going to put those roadblocks in front of me himself again.
Is that I have to go to a friend or family member, and I'm also being instructed by attorneys to record everything. I didn't have the ability to record everything at that time. Anyway, so because I was being physically assaulted and people were threatening my life, I eventually was able to get a hold of what I thought might have been Natalie's mother, and I let her know that I was being treated like I was a pedophile and a rapist over the shit that happened in Virginia, and that I didn't do either of those things, and that it's not okay, and asked for her to get a hold of me to help stop the abuse. Well, she never messaged me back. By this point, there was about 40 people involved altogether that were primarily friends, drug addict friends of Maddie Boa. Most of them were her customers, and Maddie Boa was telling them that I raped 2 little girls in Virginia. So I'm being sent to my predators to ask them to stop. Police are literally telling me to contact Maddie Boa and Alicia Bollinger and Natalie Bollinger to ask them to put a stop to it. I had to unblock Natalie Bollinger already once to ask her to put a stop to it, because police officers asked me to do that in, what was it, November of 2018. Well, she blocked, or sorry, November of 2016. Like, I had to unblock her to ask her to put a stop to it, and she blocked me. Now, I also contacted Maddie Boa and Alicia Bollinger to let them know that I was being treated that way. So it's not like I was focusing just on Natalie, and it's not like I was threatening to kill them. I was letting them know that I was being treated like a fucking child molester, a pedophile, and a rapist. And that's not okay. So Natalie Bollinger continued to play victim. Her sister and her sister's friends continued to pull their bullshit. Maddie Boa continued to pull her bullshit. And Natalie Bollinger's ex-boyfriend, Tim Beeson, the one that pulled the dog bullshit and fucking Natalie broke up with. Well, the problem is, one of the things that's in the messages between her and I is that she was afraid that she was going to get back into the drugs, you know, if she went back there. And after we stopped being friends, that's exactly what she did. she went right back to those same people, her same abusers, because they had drugs. And not only that, she was telling this bullshit story about some crazy stalker fucking stalking her from Virginia, or stalking her in Virginia. Like, I didn't even know she was in Colorado. You know, and I've got these fucking psychos that are getting a hold of me. And meanwhile, the only reason she's back in contact with these people is because they have fucking heroin. Like, are you going to go back and be friends with somebody who used to be your ex and beat the fuck out of you? If they don't have fucking drugs? That depends on if you're having sex. She had 3 boyfriends when she died, by the way. So, I mean, it's not like I was some horrible person fucking some little kid. We never had sex. She never claimed that we had sex. She never claimed she was raped. But the thing is that I couldn't get Maddie Boa and Natalie Bollinger and Alicia Bollinger in court. Then I was lied to on multiple occasions by multiple people. When I finally got served the protection order, I didn't know how that worked. I was pissed off because they'd gotten a protection order without any court date whatsoever, all the way from Virginia, and I couldn't get a protection order against Tim Beeson, who is in exactly the same state that I was. I was fucking pissed. And all of the people that I'd been sent to for help with this, the police, like I said, kept sending me to mental health, and the mental health people kept on giving me bad legal advice. I'm like, well, here's the thing, is that I've already contacted attorneys. I'm following the advice that they have, but I don't have a friend or family member to do this. So I'm going to multiple mental health places before Natalie was killed in Colorado and Nebraska, costing me all of my disability money and travel cash. Like, gas isn't fucking cheap. Paying for the vehicle and all of the insurance and everything like that. Like, it's not cheap. So, you know, all of my disability money was literally being spent trying to get help, when there are agencies that are supposed to take it seriously to begin with, but no friend is listening to me. They're busy giving advice. So then when Natalie finally got the protection order, I'd been speaking out about how I was being physically assaulted and treated like a pedophile and a rapist over this girl, how I needed help stopping the abuse. Now, what they were playing was that, pretending that because I did as I was asked by them, that was stalking them to Virginia, and that because I had done what the police officers had asked me to do, that I was stalking them. Meanwhile, I was following instructions. Now, there's stuff that I did that is more than just questionable. I mean, it's definitely stuff that people look at and go, oh, well, that's horrible stuff that you did. Well, it's not horrible stuff. When you have to give an example of what you're going through, there is a very, very big difference between saying, hey, this guy is literally threatening to kill me, and me saying, hey, I'm going to fucking kill you. There's a very big difference. So with the threats that I was getting from Tim Beeson, that's her ex-boyfriend, for the entirety of 2017, at the end of 2017, when she got the protection order, I didn't even get paid until the 23rd. Apparently, I was supposed to have a court date on the 22nd, but I didn't even know I had a court date. Meanwhile, none of this stuff that happened in Adams County. None of this stuff that happened in Boulder County. All the stuff they were claiming was shit that happened in Virginia that they asked me to do. But because I wasn't able to go to the court date, it doesn't matter. They didn't follow any of.
Meanwhile, there were crimes that were committed in Boulder, but those crimes were not committed against Natalie Bollinger. They were committed against me. I went to go see my older brother, and I got assaulted like I was a fucking child molester and a rapist. I went to see my friend Mobley, who is now dead, and was assaulted for raping some underage girls in Virginia. I didn't even know any underage girls in Virginia. Man, very specifically 2 of them. And very specifically, this rumor came from Maddie Boa. Specifics are important.
The jurisdictional laws that they keep laying in place for me. Oh, well, we can't do that for you because of jurisdiction. Well, you had no problems doing that for Natalie Bollinger, who had no evidence whatsoever. Natalie Bollinger had no evidence of being stalked because she wasn't stalked. But the police and all of these mandatory reporters that I was sent to refused to look at any evidence. They were too busy trying to make a paycheck. and saying, oh, well, I can't look at that. I'm not an investigator.
That was before Natalie was killed.
So you're going to make your decisions based on what somebody else says instead of actual evidence. Well, that's what the cops prey on. That's why they use the mental health system. If they can't get what they want by doing it honestly and doing it legally, they will abuse their position of power to prevent that evidence from going to court by getting some nut job fucking quacker with some letters behind his name to believe whatever they say. Oh, a police officer says he's schizophrenic? Okay, we can write that down. Oh, we can believe that. Oh, the police say that he's lying and he says that he's got evidence, but he can't show the evidence because he's locked up. So I just have to believe the police officer. And this is what I've had to deal with all through this. When Natalie Bollinger disappeared, it was only...
It was 4 hours long, so we're going to end the stream. We'll get on to the next one.